Hello, Elle. The shoes are open on the other side. Let me get my shoes. Can you grab them? Can you grab my shoes? Oh, yeah.
Kiss me.
I wouldn't know. I doubt it. Okay, good. Good for you. You want a cookie? Okay, good. I don't think they don't got it plugged up. Hold on one second. I don't care about none of that. I'm 43 years old. I don't care about candy or pop tops or fried chicken or none of that. I only eat my own fried chicken. Hello, Teresa. We're not rude over here, Teresa. Thank you. I have a 20-year-old son, believe it or not. Yeah, I'm 43.
Okay?
That was a little warm.
Just so happened, last night y'all was on the phone and then I was just so happened to text her out of nowhere. I said, keep talking to me, no, I apologize about it. She said, he on the phone now. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, so you get on the phone with her all the time. Yeah. And what about the girl in Clarksville? Yeah. What's that, though? What we gonna do?
I'm not feeling it the way I need to feel it.
You dirty. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You need. Little boy, he's talking about that. And it was weird. People know when they like, I need it, and I know it when they need it. That's me, baby. Oh, this is nice. Yeah. Because he's different from people my age. He's my age before he's smooth. No, that's good. He just that's 4 years old. Man, to make him, like, but I can't do it today. He got like an 8-month-old, a 3-year-old, a 9-year-old, 12-year-old. I can't do it.
You have to hold the press down with your thumb on the phone. You can hit the like button, or you can hit the 3 dots at the top right to hit the like button. It's different when it's in vertical. Did you find it? I'll know when you found it because it'll be 2 likes instead of 1.
You want something to? Yeah. Mango and Ryan.
He got caught with a 100 leaves. I don't like mango. Give me the last one there. Give me that 4 times leaves. Yes. What kind is that? That's one thing.
The dragon fruit doesn't froze. It's just like cubes. But the mango has is frozen. If you want frozen, get the yellow one.
Only thing about him is okay.
And if you want fruit,
I'll take the mango.
mango, okay,
Give him mango.
okay. How about you guys got one?
You need a source. He's trying to get a source in there or a bar with this because it's so hot. We like, Mom, I gotta get out of here. I'm like, I don't know, like, I don't know what to do. Get out of here.
Okay, 1, 2,
We got the money, but
you want some drink, baby?
with the source in, we gotta show it.
The mango. Excuse me, can we make my water a little warmer?
Huh?
Can we make my water a little warmer?
You want more hot water?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Chúc cái lia Japanese không ấy? Có ấy.
Okay now? Baby.
Yeah, it's
Water
You
okay?
take to the bed or pee.
It feels great. Yes, thank you.
I know.
Did you find the like button? You have to hold the phone when it's on the shape. I like my shirt. One of my favorite singers. I like to sing her songs. I can hit those notes. I used to hit those notes anyway. I still got a little tune, a little bit. But, you know.
You know what it was when I left with you, he was already in my ear.
Bro, I promise you, nigga. I promise you, nigga. Well, I promise you, nigga, you gonna feel everything I'm saying, nigga. Everything I'm saying, nigga, I'm standing on. I ain't taking nothing back, nigga. I promise you, bro. I don't play about mine, nigga. All I saw was my daughter face, nigga. She sitting there talking, nigga. You better ask anybody about me, nigga. I'm gonna touch you, nigga. I'm gonna touch you.
Y'all ain't gonna hear this, so I can't play it good. I can't play it good.
What my daughter gotta do with it?
Wow, that's gonna be interesting.
So don't say that.
Oh, somebody told me they like supporting me.
Like when I said your name to me, everyone for me, when I said your name, she goes, yeah, you said, see, you like that? I was like, yeah, it's my friend. She said, yeah, she said that I do this. She's like, I think I
Ooh, thank you.
I want this one too. What kind of
Oh, we got
It's like, to me too. She's like, yeah,
still
and
there.
the way she said, she was like, you want to get my stuff first, and then she said, I don't even get my stuff too, not together, like, just over the course of time.
Coming out the straw.
I don't know. And I just took the thing and I see it.
Thank you for subscribing, Tandy Lady.
Where you work at?
Thank you for getting the. Yes, I'm getting my toes done.
Em đâu cho rượu gì đâu, em cho nước nhiều không vậy đó.
I'm going to Myrtle Beach tomorrow. My girls have a dance competition in Myrtle Beach. We're going to win first place as usual. It's our last competition of the year. So since I'm gonna have my feet in the sand, I said, let me get my toes done. This is good. I'm getting my toes and my eyebrows arched. My 9-year-old will do my lashes, and I will put on me some press-on wigs. Clean the wheel. We being frugal over here. What's wrong, Phillips? What's with the mad face or the sad face? You sad? Are you sad?
So then they say, told her she was able to sit out if she wanted to.
This massage feels so good. I don't even drink that. It's a little cocktail. It ain't bad. There's no alcohol in it. So y'all hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, please. Just hold down on the phone. Hold down on the phone, press your thumb down. Look, when you press your thumb down on the phone, it pops up. And you can hit the like button. You can hit the like, you can hit the share, all that. It's in South Carolina, L. It's in South Carolina.
Listen, we're going to be real when you know this time you don't crash.
I got here just in time. I would have been here, but I had to get the rental truck at 12. We have a 9-hour drive. So I got the rental truck, and then I had to do some other stuff. And my daughter had to get her wig put on. Yes, for dance competition only. She had to get her wig put on. And I'm doing Janelle's hair tomorrow in Myrtle Beach. She's gonna have two long curly ponytails, like 2 long curly pigtails long. The competition is Saturday, and then I'm going to enjoy Friday. I'm going to enjoy, because we're leaving at like 3 in the morning tonight, early morning. So they'll get to enjoy all of Friday, and we'll go to the dance competition. After the competition, they'll be able to enjoy. And Sunday they'll get to enjoy. And who knows, I may book an extra night. That's how spirit of the moment I am. We'll get there and I'm like, y'all, we staying at another hotel or another resort. Let's go. They'll be like, what, mama? But I do stuff like that. And right now we're just playing for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but because Janelle's birthday is Wednesday. And we're doing either sound waves, Gatorade sound waves, look it up, or Nashville Shores for her birthday Wednesday or Thursday. So they told me, just go for the weekend, let them enjoy it. Yeah, it's a long drive, but let them enjoy it. So even if I stayed until Monday, he wouldn't be mad. That was my original plan. And then we come back Monday. And then celebrate her birthday. She wanted me to make her some Hershey purses and some Kit Kat wallets. This child wanna work me to death, love. Like, we moving to Hawaii, girl. Yes, we is. We is moving to Hawaii, girl. If they paid people to move, I would be gone. I think they pay people to move to Alaska. If they pay people to go to Hawaii, I would be there. But Hawaii costs. Yeah, love, this child working my nerve. I don't know if you remember the Kit Kat purses that I made. Let's see if I can find it. Just in time. No, I have not packed. No, I have not packed, but we're good. I'm trying to find the hood nice. This is what this child want me to do on her birthday Wednesday. And mind you, we have to go to Myrtle Beach this weekend, so it ain't like I have time to do it now. This child be working my nerves. Ooh, I got a video.
Calm down.
Wait a minute, y'all. I think you can hit search, but I don't even know what to search under.
I can't hear your phone going in and out.
Then it's showing every last video I ever done, even if it's unlisted. Okay, so these was her birthday invitations last year. Just watch the video. No, you didn't miss the toes. Would you like to sponsor the toes? Well, these was her birthday invitations last year, y'all. I did credit cards. And then we did credit cards. Then let me see. Then hello, hey, boo. Ooh, my favorite person be on my toes, so I know they finna be fighting. Okay, here go the Hershey purses she want me to make, y'all. Nah, you didn't miss the feet yet. They coming right on time. Look, they about to get done now. But here we go, the Hershey purses, y'all. She want me to do all this about her birthday. Mind you, this is sped up. I'm like, Janelle, I already done all this before. Quit working me, child. Yeah, and she asked and I done it. Keep watching. Here go the purses, y'all. And you put Hershey's on inside of them. And they got look real chains on them, y'all. Like I worked hard on these. I worked hard on them.
What's on those?
White. Yeah. Yes, Jill. We're going to the beach for the girls' dance competition, so I said, let me come get my toes done. Y'all know it's been a... Yes. Real love Lacey. She want to work for me. I'm going to see what I can do, though.
No, he wasn't saying they didn't not really, so he gonna be like that. Like, now she ain't got that one boy too good. Now that's how
I'm going to let y'all see the toes without no polish on. Because some people can't show their toes without polish on it. People's toes be yellow. And, so I'm going to show y'all, man, without the polish. You know, we unfiltered over here.
she got long dreads.
You like the L? I enjoyed making them too. I made those, and then I also made her. Let me show you something else I made.
No, we definitely gonna have to start to
I made these for her. Yes, actually it was 2 years ago, Lil Lace, not one. And then I made these 3 years ago for her 7th birthday. And you just put all the candy, the party favors inside the hat. You're probably like, girl, you be making stuff with that paper. I do. I try.
Now, what you say about security? What would you say?
I think I got a video where I opened it up to show you.
Download it.
Yeah. Hold up. Those was that, and then I made.
Do you remember?
Y'all gonna be like, girl, you be making everything up there for that child. Journey be thinking she too grown up, be wanting nothing to be made, so Journey may want some of this shit because I done showed her like some teenage type stuff. So now Journey out like, Mama, make that for me out loud, girl. Don't try to use me, girl. Let me see if I got them in the videos and not in the shorts.
Listen, I'm saying, my mental state is like my
Pedicure, I can tell.
Okay.
Cắt down set even, okay?
Yes, please.
Try, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Out of paper, I have a whole template. You'll have to go back through my videos. I have a whole video where I actually make it step by step. I made my babe a Titan one for Father's Day, a big one. Let me show you. Titan. Yeah. Okay. Look at our intro, y'all. I did all these editing and all. This was our Vlogmas intro for Christmas. If you don't know, it's 25 days. You make videos the first 25 days of the year. Ooh, ooh. Okay, bring on the toes. Somebody learned how to do a donation, I see. Look at all the effort you went through. I am proud of you. You didn't quit. You didn't give up. You did all that. Okay, let me see. See, this was after I had all the pages cut out. So, I'm going to speed it up so we don't got to watch it all slow. Okay, watch it speed up. It took you 2 days to figure it out. Oh, wait a minute, y'all. I'll show y'all the toes in a minute when she get them filed before polish and all that. It's real easy. I'm gonna do this on live one day. See, this was in my uploading days before I started going live. I've only been going live a year. Like, I've only been going live for a year, and then you have these types of pieces. You glue all the pieces together. Maybe turn it. And I can see the feet in the background too. And you see how I'm attaching the pieces. And I sell this template as well in whatever size you need it in. It's a $5 digital template. I don't charge much. But it does take time to make these templates in CREDIT. Just so you know. Y'all see my baby shallow right there. He had to be right there. Look, trying to touch it. All in the way. Okay, y'all finna see the toes in a minute. Ooh, thank you for the $20 cash, yeah. Okay, now let me show y'all the toes before she gets started. Y'all can see I don't have no ugly toes. We'll come back to the toes in a minute. See, we got the bottom of the hat made now. And now this is the top part that we're about to put to, well, we're about to put an inside layer so you can make it thick enough for whatever stuff you're gonna put in it. Like I said, this is for Father's Day, so like a tie, some underwear, some cologne, a snack if the daddy like it, you know, or whatever. Or you could just do this for football season. It don't even have to be for like Father's Day. It could just be football season. You could just make a football dad or even a basketball dad a hat. And so these are the top pieces of the hat. And that's the back part, because you know, like a cap has a little back part. I'm just gonna glue those pieces. You sleepy, love nice? Yeah, me too. Oh, you just had a swimming lesson with the baby and you was in the water? Oh yeah, I know you tired. That's how I'm gonna be tomorrow. Okay, we almost got the whole. You remember that video now? And then, like I said, I'm gluing it on. And this is like the little cap. You getting some M&Ms? I left the M&Ms at home in the freezer, love, like. And then after I put the little top piece on there, this is the final touch. I made a Titan sign, printed it out, and put it on the head. The end. That's how I did that one. I was looking for the Kit Kat wallet.
Okay. Well, I'll call
Maybe I didn't upload when I made the wallet.
Be honest.
You didn't leave M&M's. Yep, they in the freezer. She don't need no M&M's right now. Okay, go get you a little quick nap, love legs. Thank you, boo.
So funny.
Okay. Yes. Ooh, this is the fun part. So when you show a pedicure video, you're supposed to show you getting the pedicure. Like, what's the point in the video? You're not going to show the pedicure. Y'all need to come to, I'll tell y'all where I'm at when I leave. I don't need nobody to pull up. Okay, $20 towards these $50 toes. Yeah, toes cost money. And I gotta get my eyebrows arched, that's another 10. So I'm looking at 60 buckaroos. Anybody want to sponsor me and the girls' gas to Myrtle Beach? That would be nice. A soft pink, yellow, and orange. Ooh, I bet that's cute. That was, I can't remember the soapy stuff for my feet, but that was like a scrub, a foot scrub on my legs. Yeah. It was a foot. What was that you just put on my legs? The scrub. What's it called? The scrub.
Sea salt.
It was some sea salt. Okay.
Windy mint sea salt. And
it was windy mint sea salt, y'all. That felt so good too. But we ain't got to the best part yet. The best part is the hot towels.
Yeah.
Here he is. Your eyebrows cost $25 a girl. What? Some draw-ons or something? They just waxing these. And I don't let nobody else do them but them, because you can't let too many people play with your eyes. Janelle and Journey don't know how to do that yet. I get them wax. I'm gonna let you see. Well, you finna go take a nap, but I was gonna let you see. I got enough charge on my phone to let y'all enjoy the ride. No, just to wax. Oh no, Lovelace, they is overcharging y'all over there in Hawaii, North Dakota. They probably like, what? Hawaii, North Dakota? Yeah, that's where she live. Hawaii, North Dakota. Girl, they is overcharging y'all. Thank you, Lovelace. I'm looking better with these eyebrows. Let me show y'all this little ugly driver license picture I had to take. Because, I'm 43 now, so my driver's license expired. And I had to get a new one. Let me show y'all this little ugly picture that I do not like. And cover it up with something. Y'all to try to be nosy. And expose a nigga whole life. Look at this driver license, y'all. And look at this picture. Do y'all like this picture? Tell the truth. Y'all know a nigga birthday, so that don't even matter. Do y'all like this picture? Yes or no?
And you sure it's okay? You ain't got much going on like that, right?
Oh,
Being
Lord.
honest, right? Okay.
Do y'all like this picture? Let me show y'all my old picture that I had when I was 34. I had to get a new one. Okay, y'all. So here come the old picture. Let me flip it over and flip this over. This the old picture with the old address and all that, so that don't even matter. Look at this one. I love this picture, y'all. And I had got my eyebrows arched that day, so maybe that's what it was. Maybe my eyebrows was cute, and you know I was younger, hair a little longer. Oh yes, hair a little longer. Then I was younger. Yeah, Love Lace is 34. I was 34 right here. Yeah, because I'm 43 now. Yeah, and I had to do every 9 years. Yeah, 2016. Yeah, 2016 was that picture. But yeah, my new picture, I tried the red lipstick, and then Janelle did my no, I did my own lashes. What did Janelle do it? I think Janelle done it. I can't remember. And then, you know, that's my real hair. Thank y'all for lying to me, talking about they both look good. I don't want to hear it. This is my clear card, my travel agent card, my travel agent picture. I love this picture. I'm waiting on my 2024 card to come in. Some of them I'm going to compare it to that one. Oh, so now what you trying to say? I don't look cute? I mean, do it look like I aged at all? Don't laugh at him, Love Lace. He been knowing me through all them years. Don't y'all even do me like that. Thank you, Love Lace. Appreciate you. Okay, you're gonna take a nap. Ooh, did I get another cash out? Oh, wow. You say you knew me first, Love Lace. Nah, he been knowing me since 2012. 2012. Ooh, I'm almost at my goal for my toes. You know, I won't get this money until July. And then, you know, YouTube taking their 35%. But thank you, though. You said you knew me since I was 19, Love Lace. Okay. Yeah, YouTube charge. That's why we ask for cash apps instead of super chats. I appreciate it, though. I ain't gonna tell you to take your money back now. Just know YouTube taking 35% and only giving me 65. It used to be 70 and 30, but since COVID, I think they inflated. You're clicking on everything. Okay, well, click on some more donations. Give some memberships or something. Give Love Lace some membership. Well, first buy yourself a membership for $2.99. Then give like 10 memberships for $2.99. That'll be good for the channel. Help the channel grow. Y'all wanna say I'm funny, I know. You know, you just not learning. You want to laugh and lie too, Love Lace? Right, let's laugh and lie. Right, what you want to laugh and lie about? Right, let's do it in a happy way. Okay, let's see. I really, this rental truck that I have, it's a Hyundai Santa Fe. Ooh, I like it. Hyundai been on 8-ish. I think I want me a Hyundai truck now. Do they make 7-seaters? Because this one is, yeah, not a 7.
Con
But
này trước nè.
if I'm gonna fit the whole family,
Hai
like
con này đi cùng nè.
TJ,
Con nó mới vô.
and you know, and then when TT wanna go.
Đó, nó chỉ đó. Con áo
Ooh,
trắng
look
của
at
Đào nó
this.
chỉ con áo
Yeah,
vàng đó.
only fans for the feet love nice, girl. What we charging a month for the subscription?
Let's see,
You think they gonna pay for it?
Together, fan. Fan.
Love nice, I'm telling you, people think about Honda. It's Hyundai. Hyundai, they've been sleeping on Hyundai for 10 plus years.
Nói gì thì ai hiểu. Ok. Ok, chị cứ làm giò đi, nó làm hai ngón cái.
That wasn't me. $50 a month for subscription. Right, because people don't be showing their pedicures. They'll show you them at the pedicure place. And then they'll show you them at the pedicure place. And then you'll see their toes done. Ooh, Lovelace, guess what my first car was? A 2000 Kia Sophia, girl. I bought it myself in 1999 with my Pell Grant money. Sure did. And I paid it off a year in advance. Ooh, these hot towels. Well, I'm gonna need for you to just, okay, well, send me some gift cards in the mail then for gas. Or sponsor a meal in Myrtle Beach. Yeah, I'm gonna use the kids method when I pay them. I'm gonna keep it simple, stupid. And just pay her the amount she tell me. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna subscribe to my OnlyFans. Y'all just talking. Y'all is just talking. But you did say the same thing about OnlyFans.
Even better, huh?
Yes, they are. They're so cute. Look at the feet, y'all. This is before any lotions or anything. So, I know I'm a mess. I know, girl. Okay, well, I'm gonna work on the OnlyFans page. It's crazy because somebody else told me to start one too, but they trying to take it a little too further. I'm like, who doing that? Who doing silhouette type stuff? I'm not trying to show my body. To me, it ain't really gonna be your body. It's just gonna be like a silhouette of it. All kind of feet. So we're gonna recruit girls to be on our OnlyFans feet page. Then we gotta pay them. But then we gotta pay them. We're not trying to do that. Okay, nobody, just the feet. Right, that's what I'm saying. But if we putting their feet on there, we're gonna have to pay these people. I'm not trying to pay them. Gas. Y'all need the gas. Thank you. Work on it. Okay. I'm gonna come pick up those gift cards. What you done that, Lovelace? You better quit playing with me. You need to tell me something behind the scenes. Do you need to tell me something off the camera? What you mean you done that? It was fire. Okay. Y'all probably like, what that tattoo? Ooh, anybody know what the tattoo on my foot say? Get a free trip. Now, and I'm not gonna show you, cause y'all should know by now. Anybody that know what the tattoo on my foot say? Get a free trip. Again, anybody that can tell me what the tattoo on my foot says, cause if you're a real supporter, you should know. You get a free trip. You used to remember. That's so sad, sir. Well, Lovelace, can you send me one? Look, she gonna say, Lovelace, send me one so I can see. I need to see an example. Yep, on my foot. Yep, what the one on my foot say? Big me. It don't say that. And I'm not gonna zoom in closer either for y'all to see it. If y'all know my name, when I call, Lord Jesus, when I call my, it's part of what I call myself now. It's part of what I call myself now. Y'all should know. Except back then when I got this tattoo, I was a mom, but I still was a young mom, so I didn't go by mom in that word. I went by that word and another word. I'm not gonna say it. No, it don't say that. That's one of the words. Love life. That's one of them. I got the tattoo in 2009. On my 29th birthday. Nope, not the boss. Not the boss. I said I was a young mom, so I didn't go by the name mom. But I went by something else when I was a young what? And then that's the second word of it. Boss is the first word. It came to you. Loveless already got plenty of trips. Ain't nobody else in here guessing but y'all, so y'all can put it in. Ain't nobody guessing. You just put the second word and let somebody put it together then. Nope, not Miss Boss. Yep. So now what's the tattoo say? All together, class. Yep, boss lady. All together, class. Yep. Boss lady, love lady. That's what it say. I'll show y'all when she finished painting these pretty toes, because she know what she doing. Y'all see the lady down, don't you? Lady. The boss is going across the side. All together, class. Oh. He said, you get the stuff, you get the stuff, you get the stuff.
Thì làm con cái này ít da mà chân nó mong to vậy mà được.
Okay, take a nap. I'll talk to you later, everybody. I'm gonna talk to you anyway before the trip, and I'm going live during the road trip. Ooh, they're gonna be so cute. We're gonna reach our goal of $60 for the salon visit. Let's see. We got 10 people watching. Well, why ain't nobody comment? They just wanna watch.
Tại nhìn mặt bà bé bi quá lên bà hỏi biết đổ nước sơn không đó.
What you did out in the heat?
Bà thấy bà còn nhỏ quá lên bà hỏi bà biết đổ nước sơn không đó.
What you did out in the heat, sir?
Vì bởi vậy thấy nhỏ quá bà tự mới lớn nữa.
I want to add, I want to get a filling on my nails too. Okay. Who I tell? But I want to get a filling for my nails. Can you tell her that?
I'll tell her.
Okay. I want to get a. I know I'm getting my teeth, but I want to get a filling for my nails.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
When you're done, somebody
Yeah.
do for you.
Okay.
Balang
You can't go wrong with that white nail. Never go wrong.
Look, now we see why P. Diddy liked it so much. Let me be quiet. Like, look, now we see why P. Diddy had everybody with white toes and white nails. Wanted to be seen. I said don't go there. Well, now I like white before I knew P. Diddy like. That's what he like.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Y'all see the finished touch from beginning to end.
You pay cash or pay phone?
Cash. And then I want to get my eyebrows arched.
$10.
Yeah.
$60 thôi.
Okay.
Dễ sơn nhưng mà cái móng nó cục cục khó làm lắm. Đây nè.
Ew, thank you. I love when you do my toes.
Nhiều phơi. Nó ra nhiều.
Okay. To the eyebrow station we go, y'all. Okay, y'all check out the toes inside the shoes. They look so cute and yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Yummy in my tummy. How you been?
Tiếng này hả?
Good. Look at you with them pretty white toes too.
LYNH, but I ordered it to Uber Eats.
Thank you.
Not yet, not yet.
Thank
but
you.
I'm just calling to see if I can get the right rice. The right rice. I want the sushi rice.
Ooh, that sound good, girl. Give me some.
But my husband picked it up. I'm not sure what he picked. Can you check the order again?
Yep.
Did the Uber already pick it up?
Let us look at the toes while we wait. So this the OnlyFans now, y'all. Be for practice. So I just lay here and let them admire my toes on OnlyFans. This how we're gonna do it. Okay, your feet moving.
Lay down there.
Good plan. Okay, before and after.
Vân tới Vân.
Dưới coi rảnh không? Dưới rồi. Còn không rảnh là thôi đi á. Cô làm mặt chân nè.
Okay, look.
Ooh, thank you.
Oh, you laughing the whole time?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you know I'm promoting you. Y'all come and see her.
I didn't know I'm on broadcasting. Chastity.
Yeah, that's right. Just come see Chastity at D Nails. I'll tell you the street when I leave because y'all can't know where I'm at.
Thank you.
while I'm here. You have a good day.
You too, baby. Have a good one.
Thank you. We up out of here, y'all. Y'all go see Chastity at D Nails in Nashville. Yeah. If you want your eyebrows looking delicious like mine. Now, if you don't, then hey, don't go see her. Oh, honey, it is hot. All right, let's hook the phone up. Confirm we'll be driving safely. Shallow the one showed me this feature. She's like, Mom, this is so rude. Oh, I didn't mean to do all that. I didn't mean to do all that. Yes, you did. What? Yes, I do thanks. What you think? How you feeling today? Down to this beauty supply store right here down the street from my house because I need some nail glue. Like I said, I'm about to put on my own little cute press on that I ordered. Oh, y'all, they cute, they long. Hello, Princess Forever. Just coming from the nail place, getting our toes done, getting our eyebrows arched. Now we're headed to get some nail glue because I'm going to put on my own little cute press-ons. And then, but that won't be until later because I got to pack and do my daughter hair. So I won't be putting those on until tomorrow. Hey, Lonnie. Just leaving this nail place. We're getting our pedicure and our eyebrows arched. We're headed to Myrtle Beach early in the AM for our last dance competition of the season. So I'm doing the last little things I need to do. We're leaving in the wee hours of the morning, so nothing will be open when we leave. I had this traffic. It took 35 minutes to get 1 mile down the street. Oh, I wish there was a back way I could go. I won't be surprised if they burnt their Popeyes down on purpose so they won't have to put it. God, Allah, 2 a.m. Get that, put that for the Popeyes. Forever.
But this time it's a maid in their hand. That's still up there. Just like that.
Do y'all think the Hooply, yeah, burned down? Where you been, sir? Where you been? Where you been? Yes, burnt down. No, we're not getting a copyright. Yep, it's burned down. Yep, it's burned down. Inside is burned. Yeah. Alright, we at the beauty supply store now. All I need out of here is some nail glue. What else? I think that's it. I don't need no lash glue. I don't need Nothing for my hair. I'm just gonna flat iron it. I don't need nothing for the girls' hair. Journey wig on. We got the mousse. Gotta do Janelle hair. I got the hair on. What? Lady, I'm barely walking in here myself. Somebody I got it when I come out. I don't. Hello. All right, y'all. Let's see what we're looking for.
How you doing? How you doing?
Oh, I might need to invest in one of these fans. Yeah, I need to get me one of these. Look, when I be outside, I need to get me one of these fans. Oh, sorry. What I'm looking for is probably what's the Hershey's. Look at these cups, y'all. Look at this one. Look down the aisle, wherever the meals would be. Which of these? $4.99. I may get them. Ooh, glasses. Look, y'all, I need some sunglasses. I don't like them though. These cute. Not for $14.99 though. I need some real glasses. These cute. Can't even try the glasses on. What y'all think? If y'all like them, send me the money for them. Now let me get this nail glue. What I came in here for. Three for $2.99. Actually, that's three. And a free one.
You okay? You need phone?
It did, but it's cool.
Okay.
I am looking for. Now we looking. Ooh, maybe I could find me another lip liner. Y'all know that lip liner that I like to use that I don't no longer have. I wonder if this deep red is it. It kind of look like it, but then it don't. It's this mixed berry. Maybe it's more mixed berry. We're looking for nail glue, y'all. And we're in the last section. I know. Ooh, they got them same lashes that I normally buy. Let me buy some more. Is it these? I think it's these. Oh, here we go. Nail glue. Do I want brush on? I don't think I want brush on. One of these days I'm gonna do my own little set. I had did which one I did on myself that time? I did the dip set. It wasn't that one. But see, your girl done got spoiled from these, so I got me some. Oh, these cute. I got me some that I'm finna put on from home. I don't know though. $2.99. How much is this one? Max speed $2.49. So do I want pink? I mean, I guess it don't matter. How much is the brush on? Let's stick with what I got. Yeah, it's too much to select for. I know. You don't gotta tell me so. You don't got to tell me. I already know. Excuse me. Oh, shit. I wish I could see how they smell.
How you doing?
Good. Do y'all have like those body mist? Y'all don't have them like where you could smell it, right?
The body mist, not the. We don't have any testers. They didn't come with this.
Do you know how any of them smell though?
Most of the girls will grab the green ones and the pink ones. Those are like
So the pure coconut and which other one you said?
The green ones, the green and pink.
And the pink.
Yeah.
Pink
But
pony.
the ones next to you, you can smell those testers.
These ones?
Yeah, you can try those. Because I don't like to buy stuff I can't smell.
Right. I really. It's just.
Some companies will send it to us with the tester, so if it's not a tester, we can't really.
Right. I understand. And I mean, they are $3.99, so it's like, girl, you either want it or don't. I'm gonna. But I'm trying to wonder if I would want the coconut or this pink pony. The pink one say pink pony.
Pink pony?
Yeah, but it ain't telling you like.
You can try the pony body oil that we have to see if it's a similar scent. It's over here by the door.
Okay.
Yeah. It's alphabetical order, so just say pink something.
Okay.
Hello.
Pink.
Yeah, at the bottom.
Let's see. Pink, 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 pink. Okay, we got Pink Friday, Pink Ellis, Pink Pussy, and
Pussy's the one that most girls like.
Pink Sugar.
Yeah,
Okay.
those two.
Let's see. Ooh, that smell good.
Mm-hmm. They're around the same price as they sell.
They are. I don't know. I may try this mist. I'm gonna try it. What is
Let me know how you like it.
What is gonna hurt? Right.
All right. $17.44.
Okay.
Use debit or credit for you.
I'm gonna use cash.
Cash. All right.
I just had put $40 in here for me. Getting my toes done. And I was like, I'm gonna finish that out because you know when you break 100, it's gone.
I know.
So it's like,
hello.
so I wanna look. So I wanna finish it on out.
Can't break anything.
What you said.
It's like once you have 100, then it's really gone.
Right. that next. I know I put it in here. I may be using my
Aisle
card.
4. It's gonna be on the right side at the end on the bottom shelf.
Look, right here in my face. It's right here in my face.
Oh, you were looking for your wallet?
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, it was sitting out there for a while.
I thought, for some reason, I thought I had put the 40, I thought I had just laid the money inside my purse, but I guess I laid it inside the wallet.
Okay, 256 is your total.
Yeah, so I hope I got everything. What time y'all close in case I don't?
Yeah.
So we're headed to Myrtle Beach for a dance competition, but I think my girls got everything.
It's
Dance
one
tights.
hair store somewhere in that area.
Yeah.
I used to go there for vacation.
Well, you have a good day. Yeah, it's too much selection. It's making me dizzy. That's why I hate going in there. But I needed some to put my little nails on. I keep saying little nails. They long as hell. I probably should have got some shorter ones, but I want to try these, so I'm probably going to put them on Friday night or Saturday early morning before I drop them off. Well, not drop them off, before we head to the competition. Too many selections. I know. Wow, evidently not on Jefferson, if you didn't know that. Yes, sir, burnt down. Burnt down. Now, this car show everything. Like, it ain't no reason to reek. Let me show y'all something. Let me show you something. And I'm still in the parking lot, so don't judge me. See, I seen this, right? The back and the top of the car and all that. And these the buttons. Man, y'all, this a Hyundai. So look. So I'm about to turn left, right? Look. What you see? A rear camera. And it's gonna stay until I turn. And then if I was to go right, it brings up the rear camera for the right. Yeah, I know, amazing. Coming up on your neighborhood. Coming up in the neighborhood near you. In the neighborhood near you. In the neighborhood near you. I need to go. I'm saving for a Hyundai Santa Fe. That's my new trip that I'm doing. tear that mirror out. Y'all ain't gonna believe how much it costs to make these strips for photos. I don't even tell you. Start a StreamYard video because I want to do this is stuff I want to tell y'all about the round restraint case that I want to show y'all. I don't know, I may just flip the camera. But then there's also some updates that I want to show y'all about Michael Miller and her crazy supposedly pastor husband. Don't know what God he served. It ain't Jehovah. And then what's been going on with the Sebastian Rogers case with PR, Tony Mathis, who seemed like he tried to go around and be the PR for all families that have a child missing. Caleb Harris' family. Seemed like he was in contact with the Idaho 4 families. Like, sir, what is you doing? What is you doing? Let's go in this house. And then we'll see what Susie come out the bottom. You up? Good that you up. Good. Girl, you knew you wasn't taking on that. We knew that. We knew that. I'm at home to the M&M's though. I'm at home with the M&M's. Yes, I am at home and grumpy. We see, up and grumpy. And I was about to end this live, but then I changed my mind. I was about to start a StreamYard, but then I said, even if I do a StreamYard, I can still honey. I want to see what hell feel like. We not even in here. I would hate to see what hell feel like. Oh, look. Turn out the lights and light a candle. Really, Amari? Okay. My grandbaby wants to do a lemonade stand for the kids at the pool over house. Girl, when? Today? Of course, she wants me there. Like, why? Girl, you know how these kids are. That's why, I have young ones. I don't need no grandbabies yet. I don't need no grandbabies. Baby. Yep, and guess what I'm in here making? Coffee. And it's hot outside, I know. You ain't rude. Girl, you see what this heat done to my hair? Honey, I don't see how anybody's making it outside. I'm finna put some braids in this, honey. Some braids or some twists and something. Some braids, some twists or something, honey. Whew. Yeah, come on, Grandma. Come on, Grandma. She like, Grandmama, come through. Come through for the lemonade stand. Come on through for that baby. The house all quiet, because guess what? Ain't no kids here for 7-1. My 14-year-old. My 14-year-old. What you laughing at? Who, me? Laughing at M right when he said come through, Grandma. Yeah, it's 100 degrees outside and I'm making coffee. You know it. Come on now. You know degrees don't stop nothing when it comes to my coffee, and you know that, sir. Yeah, you know that. Come on now. Well, I did used to drink frappes, but they cost too much. I can't afford that. I can't afford frappes. Now, if y'all want to pitch in, them things is high. Now, if I could make my own frappes at home, I need to learn how to do that. They got like, you could buy ice. You could buy the coffee that's like iced coffee. But then I need one of them ice machines. So can somebody help me get one of them ice machines? I think they're like $200. They're like that crushed kind of ice like what they have at Sonic. I want one of them if I'm going to be making frappes. And then a blender, like one of them kind that, you know, a good can. Yeah, I sure am drinking coffee. Y'all know it. People that know me know. Gonna take me some turns and hit the ground running with my hoover around school when I gave him my okay. I know you don't like standing in no kind of line. Shit. I know. Well, give me some headlands. Don't you know I ain't had no headlands in like, I probably haven't had headlands in over 6 months. And I'm not even lying. That's how long it's been. So somebody needs to learn how to make cash app. Who happened to make the lemonade? You. You making the stand, the lemonade, the flyers. You collecting the money and everything. You already knew that when she asked Grandma to be there. When she said, I need you here, Grandma, you already knew. Yes, I did just say Helen's. Yes, I did. Because it has been forever. Forever. I don't even remember how Helen's tastes. It's been so long. That's how long it's been. So, Love Lights, you remember that legal action that I was dealing with? I end up having to send the other documentation. You know what I'm talking about. I guess they like, anybody could, well, anybody can't make this up, but you know what I'm talking about. Lemonade with no ice for everybody. Okay. Cocoa Peppers is a good cereal. It's alright. It's alright. I like, is it Cocoa Peppers? Cocoa. I like Cocoa Puffs. The circular ones, Cocoa Puffs. I like them. That sounds like he's hitting that. What? Yes, love. Like, so. I was like, that paperwork should have sufficed. It's government type paperwork. So. I'm like, oh, it took y'all that long to respond? Y'all could have been said, okay, this is good, but we want something different. So, that's what we dealing with now. I think yes, it's pink. You like? It's paint. I said it's paint. It's bricks that you can buy and they're stick on. You can stick them on. You can buy these on Amazon. They're do-it-yourself, like wall squares. So they come in squares. And then you can stick them on as many as you want. Let me show you. Let me fix this picture quick. Okay. So yeah, so you can I stuck these on. I have a video where I did them. I didn't go that far. My girls want green or orange, but I think we're just gonna paint theirs. No, because this is not going to be my office space, but I may. But I don't know. But I did want to go probably that direction. But since this is my dining area / laundry room, you know, it was not expensive at all. The squares are called, and I do get commission. Well, I ain't gonna even share my link. Or maybe I will. Let me show you. The pink ones. I'm gonna Y'all, I don't include the internet. I'm sharing it. I was just gonna share. I was just gonna go to Amazon and just give you a random link. I wasn't even gonna share mine. And I realized, like, girl, you get paid for that. Hold on. I accidentally unplugged my internet, y'all. Wait a minute. Okay. I have to pull up this live to share the link. Okay, I'm finna put the link in. Just for you. Because you asked. And they have all different colors. So you just don't have to get pink. They have pink, purple, black. Let's see. Okay, I shared the link, but I don't know if it's showing for you because I don't know if I'm in the shorts feed or if you can click the link. You may have to copy and paste the link if it's not showing. There's the pink. And then like, this is the link for my gaming chair. You see my gaming chair is pink? See my chair? It's pink too. I also had like a pink where is it? My like I have pink bunny ears around my around one of my monitors, and then I had a pink keyboard. It stopped working. I gotta order another one. And then I have a pink mouse on my other computer. You sleeping on little lanes? All lovely and lace. You can't be sleepy, girl. Oh, here got my nails, y'all. These are nails I'm gonna put on. Cause guess how much these was? $10. And guess how much these would have cost at the nail place? $125 and up. $125 and up. No, sir. Yep. So I'm doing my own. Ain't they long, girl? Girl, they just gonna be on for the weekend. They just for show. They just for show. They are just for show. But yeah, $10, $10. Honey, I have to be frugal with 6 kids. Now, when I didn't have 6 kids, I could spend 100 and then I used to didn't even think about it. It's like, I'm finna get my nails done. They 75, they 80. That adds up. Yeah, I can file them down if I want to. I could cut them down and file them. Yeah, you know, and can. But next time I'm just gonna buy some shorter ones. But yeah, and guess what? I got my eyebrows arched because Journey and Janelle, they haven't learned how to do that yet. But Janelle put my lashes on. Yes, my 9-year-old. She doing my lashes. And I'm probably gonna let Journey braid my hair when we get back from out of town. Yeah, my 11-year-old braiding hair. Janelle know how to braid too. So honey, you have to train up a child. Cause being beautiful costs some money. So if they know how to do hair and nails, okay. I found this new lipstick I like. Not sponsored. It's called Ruby Kisses. Hello, Dion. Yep, and can. And can. And right, because they already braid their little sister hair. It's a matte. It's not glossy. And that's what I love about it. And it stay on. So it's not wet, but it's not dry. So it's not matte, but like, so it has an oil in it. I'm gonna say that. It definitely has an oil in it. Yes, 2 weeks ago. Yes, it stays on. 2 weeks ago. Well, I took over. But Janelle has started it. Let's see. Janelle has started it. And then Journey done it. And then I finished it. Girl, I hope so. When? When's she growing out of it, girl?
From you.
Something about you? Right.
And I get this from you.
Girl, bye.
She get this. I get this from you. I get this from you.
Mind you, she's 9, braiding hair.
Very good. Mama, what?
No. I think Journey, I didn't get Journey. I had stopped when I didn't get Journey when she was doing it. And then I took over as a mother because she got tired. But yeah, COVID taught you. YouTube taught your girl. Y'all better learn from YouTube. That's why I learned how to do my little Bantu knots. For all the haters of my Bantu knots. Seem like I got some haters. But what I wanted to talk to y'all about was, y'all remember the 22-year-old Riley Strain? The 22-year-old Riley Strain that was from Missouri that was here visiting with his frat brothers. Wait a minute. I thought I responded to these already. Because people have been praising, well, not necessarily praising, but speaking like very highly of I don't know if this person is a true crime person, or I don't know if she an investigative reporter or what, but she has put out some false information about the Riley Strain case, and I think attention needs to be brought to it. The lady that I'm referring to, her name is, and she's actually a private investigator. Her name is Jennifer Coffendorfer. And like I said, she got a check mark by her name. You know, obviously she's somebody that a reliable source or whatever. But on this particular case, she's not a reliable source. So she has 85.1K followers on Twitter. And so I'm going to read the information. I'm going to flip the camera and let y'all see it too. So basically it says, so we were waiting on the official, autopsy report, to come back. Because, you get the initial autopsy report, and then the toxicology, you know, can take weeks. You know, it just depends. Even though my brother's toxicology report was back in days, so I don't know. But they were waiting on them, and so they finally got them, but they hadn't, you know, released anything yet. So it says Riley Strain's autopsy reports are all wrong, says the family investigator. Y'all keep listening now. Let me flip this. Hold up. It's better for y'all to see. Okay. So y'all can see that. It says Riley Strain autopsy reports are all wrong, says family investigator. And y'all probably like, oh, well, what's going on? What's going on? Okay. Well, investigator hired by Raleigh Strand family labeled autopsy and toxicology reports decimated last weekend as lies. Furthermore, Stephen Fisher says when both are officially released, their report very different findings. Riley Strang went missing after visiting Luke's 32 Bar, Bridge Bar in Nashville on March 8th. His body was pulled from the Cumberland River 2 weeks later. The full autopsy and toxicology report are expected soon. The 22-year-old's family has ordered a second autopsy to be finished at a later date. The toxicology report was reportedly finished 1 month ago, but was held until the full autopsy was complete. So last Thursday, on June the 6th, News Channel 5 in Nashville reported that everything was finished. And I did report on this. They said that everything was finished and that all signs point towards an accidental death and drowning. Okay, keep listening. We're going to watch this video in a minute. The lack of sourcing in that article troubled Fisher, who said neither he nor the family had heard anything from the medical examiner. So how is the news and Jennifer Coffendorfer getting information when the family nor the family representatives has heard from the medical examiner? Okay, so let's continue. Fast forward to Sunday, June the 10th. We're on June 13th today, so this was Sunday. Fast forward Sunday, June 10th, when another private investigator named Jennifer Coffendorfer sent this to her followers on X, which is formerly known as Twitter. She writes, hashtag Riley Strain, the full autopsy has been released and there are no signs of foul play. There were no drugs in his system and no signs of trauma. Rest in peace, Riley. And then this is a picture in love and memory of Riley. Okay. So over the next 48 hours, Fisher and his followers engaged with Coffendorfer and her followers in a way that can safely be described as acrimonious, which means not good, obviously. The tweet from Coffendorfer is completely wrong, Fisher writes. As of 1 p.m. Nashville time on June the 10th, 2024, the autopsy of Riley is still pending. Later, he attacked Coffendorfer's credentials with a message that appears to show an email exchange with an MNPD detective confirming law enforcement had not seen the medical examiner's report. So again, how did Miss Jennifer Coffendorfer and whoever else reported from News Channel 5, how are they reporting that there was no foul play when no one has seen the medical report? Okay, so it says, at Coffendorfer, FBI is literally the joke among law enforcement. He wrote in a single deleted tweet that also labeled her as a tabloid commentator. Mind you, this is supposed to be a lady that's supposed to be looked at, you know, as for, you know, reliable information, reliable, you know, sources and, you know, all that type of stuff. So then it says in another tweet, Fisher shared what looks like the actual toxicology report redacted. As usual, her findings are wrong, he says. Out of respect to the family, I'm not going to comment on the tox report any further until it's officially released, Fisher adds. I will only comment if I get a statement from Dr. Liu at the medical examiner's office. I contacted him at Coffindorf for FBI Lies and asked him to provide a statement. If he does, I will post it. Otherwise, I will comment after it's released. Trust me, Jennifer is lying. And that's all I have to say about that. So again, like I told you guys. So this is obviously SF Investigates, which is the Steve Fisher guy. He be on his stuff. When I say he be on his stuff, he be on his stuff. Like when Sebastian Rogers' dad Self was gonna release with his PI, they were gonna release the CPS records from when CPS was called to Katie, which is his ex-wife, and Chris, which is her new husband's house, for Sebastian. He was going to release those documents, but then when this investigative person got wind of that, they contacted CPS or whatever, and basically was told that, that's going against the rules, and he knows the rules, that he was given that information, to only for him. He's not supposed to publicly share it, release it, and even if his private investigator had even seen it, that was against the rules, and he could have been put in jail. So they didn't release any of that information. So back to what we're talking about. So this is, I guess, the toxicology report of Riley Strain, but as you can see, stuff is redacted. It said, I love this. I know I am correct statement from Jennifer Coffindorfer, FBI, claiming she has a law enforcement copy of the toxicology reports and reported the findings. As usual, her findings are wrong. What she is reporting is not what the toxicology reports say. The fact is, I have, and then I can't click on the more. But then it has a client name, report, case, Riley Strain is the subject. And then this says she's going to go after you and put you as the one in the wrong, like she done to other LE, like Bobby Chacon, like she's done to various attorneys and others. No one is more right, more experienced. So obviously she said, yes, correct. The autopsy is complete and was released via a statement. But clearly that's not the truth. So I bet she done erased it. Let's go down her timeline. Let's go down her timeline from Sunday and see if she done posted anything about, if she erased that about Riley Strain. Okay, this says, no sign he was the victim of a crime. Riley Strain autopsy indicates accidental drowning. Autopsy to be published to public for view next week. But my question is, how do you already know this lady? And the family didn't even know yet. How do you know this? And then let's go back to June 10th to see what she wrote. Okay. Riley's family hired an attorney. It was interesting to see who was sued. Luke's Bar, Riley's friend, the Nashville PD, I don't know. I hope bars change their practices and provide Ubers and call the police instead of releasing young men when they are highly intoxicated. Also, she a retired FBI. Well, obviously you still is reporting wrong information. And if they gave you that information without providing it to the family, you should be sued, ma'am. Now, that's what should happen. Because if the family didn't have the report yet, then how are you saying it? So she said, planning on discussing Riley and his autopsy and toxicology tonight since there's a lot of bad information floating around. It seemed like the only bad information was floating around was yours. And she left it up here. Like, it's still up here. 274,000 people done viewed this. Whereas, if we continue reading, the autopsy says, Coffindorfer continues to stand by her story. The truth should be clear soon, as the full autopsy is said to be scheduled for release either this week or next. After Strain's body was recovered, police said there was no reason to suspect foul play. Investigators have said nothing has not said anything publicly that contradicts that assessment. Billy Dukes is the senior editor and executive producer of video content of Taste of Nashville. He specializes in new country interviews, trend analysis, and the secret history of country music. What he should know about my kid's great-great-grandfather, who was the first African-American country star to perform at the Grand Ole Opry. Okay. D. Ford Bailey Sr. Additionally, Billy covers Yellowstone 927 related television shows through the Dutton Rules podcast. Today, he is more, okay, good for him. So, like I said, no autopsy report has been done.
If you believe this, and especially this, there's a chance you're going to be shocked when the full autopsy for Riley Strain is released. In fact, a private investigator hired by the family goes as far as to call
I don't eat black eyed peas.
Lies. Specifically, he says what's being reported about the toxicology report, that there were no drugs in his system and no reason to suspect foul play, is not what's in the actual report. All this investigation and the reporting on it has taken a wild and ugly turn, and all I can say is believe nothing until you see the receipts with your own eyeballs.
Right.
That's kind of been our mantra ever since Riley went missing in downtown Nashville on March 8th. Pump the brakes before buying into any conspiracy theory, law enforcement theory, or even the family's theories. The autopsy and toxicology reports will tell all, and many thought they did last week. I'm going to go sort of chronologically.
Hold the thumb
here,
down on your phone screen and hit the like button.
Subscribe if you
D-chat.
appreciate our patient approach to reporting on this story. And please continue to keep Riley's parents and family in mind this spring and summer. No matter the cause of death, the pain is not going to go away.
Right.
On June 6th, Nashville News Channel 5 reporter Nick Barris reported Riley Strain's cause of death was accidental drowning, and there was no sign he was the victim of a crime. The nut of the article is this section, quote, News Channel 5 has learned toxicology is now back, and to go with the completed autopsy, all indications are what happened was an accidental death and drowning. The problem is, there's no source for any of this information.
No source.
The only person actually quoted in the article is another News Channel 5 reporter, a legal analyst named Nick Leonardo. That's a big problem for this guy. Steve Fisher, who identifies as a missing persons private investigator and says he's been retained by the family of Riley Strain to investigate. The two important parts of his response are, one, I can tell you that neither I nor the family has heard anything from the medical examiner's office. We are waiting just like anyone else. And two, Nick Barris may very well have a source inside the medical examiner's office, and I am not disputing his reporting. However, neither I nor the family has a source, and we have not seen anything official or heard from anyone at the medical examiner's office. Fisher kind of laid low in the days that followed that tweet. In the meantime, another private investigator named Jennifer Coffindaffer came in with this tweet. It says the full autopsy has been released, and there were no drugs in Riley's system.
Okay, they could have been out by then. He was missing for 2 weeks.
Wide open. Fisher and Coffindaffer don't seem to like one another, to put it mildly. 7 hours after her tweet, Fisher wrote that he talked to the medical examiner and nothing has been released. Quote, the tweet from Coffindaffer is completely wrong. At about 10 p.m. on Monday night, it got personal when Fisher wrote that, quote, Coffindaffer is literally the joke amongst law enforcement.
Wow.
He also called her a tabloid commentator and so on. In that tweet, he included a screenshot of an email exchange from Monday that finds Detective Anthony Chandler saying he'd not yet seen the full autopsy. Quote, I know that some that typically do this are putting out what they think and then claim they have a source. That quote does seem to conflict with Coffindaffer, who says that law enforcement, or LE, have seen the autopsy and released a statement. A few hours later, Fisher tweeted out a redacted screenshot of what looks like toxicology results for Riley Strain, saying what Coffindaffer is saying about the results is not what's in the results. That tweet was later deleted. But in a follow-up, Fisher says he's not going to say anything further until it's all released. quote, "Trust me, Jennifer is lying."
Oh,
I'm always real suspicious
there
of the
you
person
go.
who's name calling or trying really aggressively to have their voice heard, but both Coffindeffer and Nick Barris's reporting lack proper sourcing. So, who do we believe? No one.
Nobody.
Wait. Everyone is in agreement that a full autopsy is going to be released to the public either this week or next week. The family has also ordered a second autopsy, so it's quite likely we'll get some clear answers to questions like, was Riley Strain drugged? And did Riley Strain really just fall into the Cumberland River? We may never find out things like why he lost his pants and why his friends chose not to leave the bar with him. A lot of what's been on television has been fear-mongering, and Twitter's really no better. That sentiment is echoed by this
parents
person who says
collecting
she's
his
friends with Riley.
degree.
Quote,
So
seeing
sad.
these claims, autopsy results, and having to find out that they aren't even true is hurtful to me and so many others. Let's be real clear here. We don't know that they're not true.
My bad, y'all. But this says, if y'all want me to read it, because y'all probably can't read it. Hold up.
Many other.
This is false. This is false and disgusting that news channels willingly publish incorrect information about getting consent correct information from the reliable sources. As some of you know, I was friends with Riley. Seeing these claims about his toxicology and autopsy reports or having to find out that they aren't even true is hurtful to me and so many others. I'm so thankful that people care so much about Riley, getting him home and getting his story out there for people to hear. But with that comes these sort of things that it never gets easier. I would never wish the pain upon anyone. Because at Court TV it says, about 2 weeks after Riley Strain body was found in the Tennessee River, the toxicology report shows that the college student did not have any drugs nor was there any trauma.
Let's be real clear here. We don't know that they're not true. We just know that they're not verifiable. Through it all, Coffindeffer is standing by her story. What's notable about all of this is not who reported on the story, but who didn't. The Tennessean didn't pick it up, and neither did many other legitimate national news outlets who have covered the story pretty heavily from day one. That's a signal that there's a problem with what's being reported as true. I hope you found our reporting to be consistent and patient, not provocative. Feel free to comment in the comment section below.
I wonder what his obituary revealed. I had never seen that.
I will not be growing.
Riley Strain's mother, father, and stepfather were who we saw grieving after police shared that they'd found the young man's body. But now we know the full extent of his family and community, including who he was closest to. An obituary shared this week is hard to read because it humanizes all of this in ways that we really haven't had time to do yet. Riley was a son and a brother. He was a grandson and a favorite cousin. He was a financial planner who gave a tremendous amount of time to causes he believed in. In fact, he even earned a prestigious award for it all. He was an outdoorsman who loved his mom's chicken parmesan and his dogs. And now who he was.
Taste of Country is this channel. If you want to follow it.
I imagine my 11-year-old will look in about a decade. If you're a parent, you can imagine all of this happening. It was supposed to be a fun
I want to see what his obituary revealed, because that's what I want to know. Which one of them frat brothers was he close with?
Will be, but on rare occurrences, he doesn't come home. Subscribers know that we've shot you straight and even worked to clear up or even prove wrong some deep conspiracy theories about what happened to Riley. Thank you for joining the conversation so far. I really feel like we're not done yet, but today we're going to focus on who Riley was. Right or wrong, we had focused on what happened and why previously, and at the end of this video, I'm going to share some more details about the investigation that has experts scratching their heads. One autopsy was performed that showed no evidence of foul play, and another is pending. Police say it was an accident, and I think even if they're not saying it, the theory was that he was inebriated, walked a little bit too close to the river, stumbled, and fell in. I'm a bit hesitant to assume that just because he was 22 years old and with his frat bros, he was hammered, but I've also been 22 and in college before. It's a shame that when you Google him, you find your way to the accident because his life was worth so much more. Green Lawn Funeral Home in Springfield, Missouri published the obituary, in which they share some boilerplate about his birthday, his high school, and his major in college. I like this next part. Riley's commitment to service was evident through the prestigious Presidential Medal for Volunteering, earned by dedicating over 500 hours to the wonders of wildlife. This commitment showcased Riley's deep care for the community and the environment. 500 hours is a lot of time to commit to one cause. You don't get there just because it's a school requirement, and I think as you continue watching, you're going to learn that he was a man who went above and beyond again and again. He embraced outdoor adventures, whether it was hunting, fishing, or simply enjoying the serenity of the lake, the obit reads. He also played tennis and studied jiu-jitsu. Above all, Riley cherished time with family, creating lasting memories. That last part kills me. I had not really thought that he had extended family, but today we find out he had a sister named Brooke and a brother named Brock. 8 grandparents are also listed in the obituary, and he had a whole network of uncles and aunts. Quote, he was very close to his 10-year-old niece Henley and cousins Jake and Chelsea, plus a 2-year-old second cousin, Cooper. Leave a heart for them below. And how do you explain that to a 2-year-old? Riley also had 4 dogs that brought him joy and companionship, and apparently he loved the color green because, quote, green makes you look good. For this reason, those in attendance at his celebration of life were asked to wear green. I got you, big fella. A moment ago, I mentioned some new evidence, and I'm going to get to that now. Before, I was pretty bullish that what police said happened, and I still am, but I have to admit that there are some experts out there who make some pretty good points. For example, a man named Bill Bass, who is called one of the foremost experts on body decomposition, says it's very difficult for a river to take the pants off a dead body. He asserts that someone took them off, but I've also seen people who do this for a living suggest that a branch or something could have torn them and Riley's boots off of them.
I ain't
The new
believing
evidence
it.
is that he was found in just that black and white button-up in his boxer shorts. The other troubling news is that little to no water was found in his lungs. The suggestion is that he didn't drown, but experts have already said that a person struggling underwater can have a throat spasm which shuts off the airway. I've spent a lot of time reading tweets by this guy, Stephen Fisher, and you can look into his credentials on your own, but I found his analysis to be patient and sensitive through all of this. This post in particular caught my attention. Quote, have you ever tripped and fallen and had your pants roll down from your hips? With currents like this, it's like being thrown in a washing machine for 2 weeks. When the full autopsy comes back, we'll make sure and share it here as well. In the meantime, I think you'll enjoy this video here, and YouTube
All right. So that's the update on Riley Strain as far as News Channel 5 and Jennifer Coffindoffer reporting that the toxicology and everything was back and that there's no signs of foul play. That is absolutely false until we hear the family release it, until we hear other major outlets release it. I'm not believing it. I'm not believing it. So that's the update on Riley Strain. Now the next update, Lord, I don't even know where to start with this one. Y'all want to talk about Sebastian Rogers or Michael Miller first? Which one? One person can put in, whoever's first person put in the chat which one y'all want to hear about first. That's the one. Sebastian Rogers or Michael Miller. Let me know. Let's see. Hey, MomBossMayo, Chef, sticking on the phone. Don't tell the doctor. Okay, well, we just talked about Riley Strain. The update that they're releasing that his toxicology report came back and no signs of foul play. We haven't seen those official reports, so we're not gonna go off of that. And I was asking, did y'all want to hear about Michael Miller, the pastor's wife that supposedly unalived herself, or do y'all want to hear about Sebastian Rogers first? Because, honey, it's so much information to share. Let's see something. Let's see. Well, Nobody answered. So 6 days ago, Seth Rogers and his mom, Seth Rogers, the father of Sebastian Rogers, and his mom, the grandmother, decided to send out cease and desist letters to 6 content creators, investigate whoever, 6 people, telling them basically they can no longer talk about Sebastian no more. They can no longer mention him. Don't mention the case. Don't mention nothing. They have been ceased and desist from talking about it. Well, how are you doing that? So first you want the whole world to be looking for your child and get his name out there and do this, but now you're sending people letters to tell them to be quiet. Like, that makes no sense. And your child been missing for over 100 and something days now. So watch this video, y'all.
Come on in, come on in. We have a lot to talk about. Continuous coverage of Sebastian Rogers. A lot of drama going on in the last 24 hours. As a lot of you know, a lot of creators are putting out that Seth Rogers is sending cease and desist letters out to individuals, trying to get them to not only stop talking about him, but also stop talking about this young man right here. I'm shocked to the core. I also got a cease and desist by Seth Rogers' mom, Robin Rogers. She sent me a cease and desist in my email. And I'm going to share this correspondence I've had with Robin Rogers off and on since the beginning stages. She originally reached out to me.
Mind you, this man traveled all the way from Florida coming down here, helping them search for Sebastian, putting out flyers, recording, you know, really looking. Like, I swear I feel like this is a hoax at this point, y'all. And I don't want to even say that, because the fact that I was out there looking for this child, risking my life, getting watched and followed, still could possibly be in danger and don't even know it. And you telling people that they need to quit talking? What?
But we're talking about this case right here. Let's just remind the viewers, because we do want to also make this about Sebastian. But there is a lot of drama going on. And apparently, Team Seth, and I'm assuming Team Seth would be Seth Rogers, and the few remaining people around him, Tony Mathis, his spokesperson from Grove, Oklahoma, the Crane guy, Robin Rogers, and I don't even know who else. We have a big group. We still talk about the case, but I feel like the case has went cold. Not much to talk about the case. People are just analyzing and reviewing the 3 parents, Seth, Katie, and Chris. I, in my opinion, always think that Katie is the key to this mystery. Either Katie did something to Sebastian, or Sebastian ran off from that house. I take that position. I still stay with that position at this day, because we don't know. We still don't know. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers vanished, reported missing by his mom, Katie Lynn Proudfoot, a.k.a. Katie Rogers, a.k.a. Katie Lynn Payne, and his stepfather, Christopher Andrew Proudfoot. They reported him missing February 26th during the early morning hours. They called the Sumner County Sheriff's Office together on a 3-way call. That would be Chris and Katie, to report Sebastian vanished. Around 6:20 a.m., they made that call. They made a 3-way call. And they claim, and they've been telling a lot of people, that Sebastian walked out barefoot. We heard flashlight. We've heard Chris say he walked out the front door and then just vanished out of thin air. Disappeared.
Right. How does a
from
person
sport. He
just
still
walk
has
out the
not
door
been found.
and
He has put out a report, just crossed over 100 days, and we still don't know. Is it or is it not a criminal investigation? I don't know. I don't know. The only people I trust at this point covering this case is law enforcement. That's the only ones. And I keep an eye on Nick Barris, because Nick Barris has exclusive access to the sheriff, Craddock. And if Nick Barris puts something out, I listen. Other than that, I'm not listening to any of them anymore. Now, I got to know Seth, as some of you might or might not know. The beginning stages, me and Magnolia went up there. We tried our best to bring awareness and help any way we could.
You sure did.
Using this platform. We, at the time, we're growing.
I met you in person during the Riley Strain case and during this case.
We were like 160, 170,000 subs, something like that. I mean, we had a big platform. And, one of the things I told Seth
now you got
at the beginning is I'll use my platform to help inspire others to look for Sebastian, come out and look for Sebastian, bring awareness to Sebastian. I'll follow the searches, I'll live stream, try to, get people to come out and help. That was what I told him I could offer. And he was with it. He was with it. And I think at the first couple of weeks, we had a big movement of people. Locals were coming out, searches were going on all over the place, putting Sebastian out there. But then things started changing. And Seth started pushing people away that were really there helping. people that are
searching for
actually
his
boots on the
child.
ground. He's kind of pushing them away and bringing in people, shady, sketchy type of organizations, and aligning himself with people that, you know, we did our own research and we were trying to raise the red flags and warn Seth, warn Robin Rogers that the people that are gravitating towards him are no good. And they didn't care. Now, we kind of got pushed to the side. You know, we did our best. I didn't really take it personally. As you see, I didn't really come out complaining about it or anything like that. I just kept to myself, and we continued to focus on Sebastian. But we continued to focus on what the families were saying. So, you know, every time Proudfoot or Katie or Chris or anyone, Seth, Robin Rogers, anytime they made posts or said anything to anybody, we would analyze, we would review. We would look into what they say, because you think they would know Sebastian the best, and, you know, they might reveal something.
Right.
Robin Rogers, who is Seth's mom, I personally think she kind of, my opinion is, like, she kind of, because she's telling me in a cease and desist via email. Now, I shared this with some of my admins in the group run. She sent me this a couple weeks ago. The reason why I'm sharing now is because I think it should come out now, considering that Seth has been sending other people cease and desist. It seems like they don't want people to talk about the case, Sebastian or them, or reviewing of what they have already said online. Like, Robin said some serious allegations.
Like, why you say this
online? All we did was review what she said. Like, for instance, she said that Sebastian confided with her about abuse.
Yep.
And
so
she
why
didn't report
didn't say nothing?
And she didn't tell Seth.
Right.
And I think that's a serious matter.
Told
because,
his grandmama he was getting abused at home, and she didn't say
she put
nothing.
that out there. She's
And
also
she
was
told
firing
us
back
that.
at Chris and Katie, calling them out, saying, we're not afraid of you, Katie knows, and everything like that. And we would just respond to that. We would, in good faith on JLR Investigates, report what they are saying. And as we reported everything that Seth would say, and all types of discrepancies, all of them. All of them. But Robin doesn't like it. She doesn't want me talking about, she doesn't even want me to mention her anymore. And this is the correspondence I got from her. A little while back. She sent me this to my email, JLR Investigate. She gets, I am once again telling you to cease and desist with the use of my name, my post, or anything to do with me. I am trying to decrease the chaos, and you just keep perpetuating it. And I'm like, what?
Hold up. So I don't know why my other phone ain't even ringing. They messing up my video. Oh, why it ain't ringing? Oh my God, stop ringing. Hold on. Tell him to stop saying what?
They're making me crazy around my head.
Really? Why are you so close to the phone?
Go pick up your kids. I don't want to hear none of that. Go pick up your kids.
You are my kids.
Pick up your kids. Go.
Yeah, remember I told you DT won't. What?
Your kids are running crazy, okay?
Y'all won't let me smoke my joint in peace, y'all.
Bye. I love you. I'll talk to you later.
Be quiet so I can hang up.
Don't hang up on her. She's saying bye.
See you later.
Hang up?
Yeah.
Hang up?
Yes, hang up. Bye, Shallow.
Hang up?
Yes.
Hang up? Hang up?
Yes.
Girl, when you come and get one.
Hang up?
Hang up, child.
Hang up? Hang up?
Hang up.
Bye.
She doing too much. I apologize. My baby's called me. So those are still with me. Thank y'all for holding. So this is the cease and
The only
desist.
person that Sebastian felt like he could say anything to. If I broke his confidence, he would never have been able to start speculating. I stopped here. She said some stuff here. And all we did was talk about it. In this particular post, now I'll hold this up and I'll read it on my other computer screen. She said, you can stop all your speculating. I did not tell my son because my grandson asked me not to. I was the only person that Sebastian felt like he could say anything to. If I broke his confidence, he would never have been able to speak to me again about everything and anything. He was protecting his dad. He did not want his dad to do anything that would harm himself or his career. Do I regret not telling him? You bet I do. But had I told him, Sebastian would have never trusted me again. So stop your speculation. I beat myself up enough. You don't need to beat me up too. Now she's posting this in groups. And this is about when Sebastian told her about things. But she kept it a secret. And all we did was analyze, saying, it's quite possible she broke the law because she was a retired healthcare worker. And she's a mandatory reporter. Her job requires her to report.
Right. So why did she
doesn't like it when we say these things. Here's another thing she did. She would be like, shame on Chris Proudfoot. Like, if we are perpetuating chaos, what about these type of posts? Shame on Chris Proudfoot and shame on Cluminati, who reportedly speaks it with him daily. How dare you make a mockery of my grandson's disappearance? And Katie, you know exactly what happened to Sebastian. Your smart mouth husband said so early on in the investigation. The longer this goes on, the worse the outcome for you. We will find him. And things like this. It's just one of many examples. I just pulled this one because I was trying to look for her old posts. She made a lot of them. She's in the groups. Now she doesn't want me. And I'm sure if you guys say anything, you might get one too. Now, this is not what Seth has been apparently sending to other creators. I heard that people are saying that Tony Mathis is saying that they're going to fire off a bunch of cease and desist through a lawyer. Now, that wasn't a lawyer which sent to me with a cease and desist. That was just her. Well, what's up with the cease and desist? Why are people getting cease and desist just for talking about Seth? Or the way I'm
Okay, let's
get
see
something
this.
and be told not to talk about Sebastian. A case where the public or the authorities want you to talk about someone else, not to talk.
And desist any and all activity of dissemination of information pertaining to Sebastian Rogers and or blank specifically any and all information surrounding the disappearance and efforts to.
I can just go to her page for that, so I won't watch that there. Is this the cease and desist? Okay, here's the cease and desist that he received by email. And he got this like weeks ago, but just recently 6 other YouTubers, content creators, investigators, or whatever, whoever received cease and desist from a family attorney. And y'all, wait till y'all hear that information. Basically says, Dear Mrs. Whoever, I don't even know who Miss Whoever, because why would you address a cease and desist to JLR and address it, Dear Mrs. Who is the Mrs.? But it says, please be advised that I represent Mr. Seth Rogers. Please let this letter serve as formal notice to cease and desist any and all activity of dissemination of information pertaining to Sebastian Rogers and or Seth Rogers, specifically any and all information surrounding the disappearance and efforts to locate Sebastian Rogers. My client has been informed you were engaging in such behavior without his express written or oral consent. If you have obtained any documents, recordings, or other information pertaining to the disappearance and or efforts to locate Sebastian Rogers, you have obtained said information without the consent of Seth Rogers. What? So me out there recording myself searching for your son, getting followed and searched, I needed your permission for that? Ninja, please. Please note that all activities regarding the dissemination of said information will be reported to proper authorities if required by law. Continued activities are previously stated will result in Mr. Rogers exploring any and all legal remedies to which he is entitled. Sincerely, whatever. So that's what I want to show on the cease and desist. And then I actually had something else I wanted to show on there too. So I'll just go to her page. And I'm not gonna play too much of hers because I like her, whatever, Cluminati or whatever, but I don't use all that vulgar language on my channel. So I'm just gonna play well, like I said, they sent the cease and desist. I don't even have to play that. They sent the cease and desist to JR weeks ago through email, but they sent it to CJ Crime Concepts, which I met CJ in person. He drove from 3+ hours every time he came up every day to search for weeks on weeks, even went hours away, different areas and different search, even had a shovel, was digging with his hands and waited on people to bring a shovel for him to dig and search to make sure that this pile wasn't your child. He got one, Cluminati got one, T-Rev got one, T-Rev girlfriend, who I guess used to, I don't know, mess with Self during the investigation. I don't know. And 2 more people. But I'm just saying all that to say the cease and desist was sent, but they were sent by a family lawyer, and with him doing all that, he was contacted by the FBI. Seth was Sebastian's dad for before I even get to that, we're gonna get to the neighbor speaks out. Yeah, we'll let y'all hear the neighbor speak out. This is a neighbor
Hello.
in the neighborhood.
JLR Investigates, come on in, everybody.
And because this is some good information. Finally the neighbors, are saying something so we can kind of get some clarity on some stuff. And I'm still gonna do this on StreamYard, but I'm here now. I didn't want to abandon y'all. So, but watch this. This is the neighbor speaking out. She lives on the next street, not the same street that they live on. She lives on the next street. So.
Everyone, continuous coverage of the Sebastian Rogers case. I'm going to bring in Miss Bobby, who is a neighbor of the Proudfoots. I'm going to bring her right in right now. We're going to talk to a neighbor of Christopher and Katie Proudfoot. So she pops in. There she is. Welcome aboard, Miss Bobby. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming on JLR.
This is the neighbor of the Proudfoots, y'all. So just listen to the information and we're going to talk about it as it go.
Gates. A lot of people are in the chat because we no one ever really heard from a neighbor, Miss Bobby.
Now you're going to make me want to run. But yeah, well, I've kind of kept we're all kind of hidden.
Yeah, I mean, you're active in the Sebastian groups. You do talk, you share a lot of insight. You've been there from day one, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know that I was in your group from day one. I was in another group not really even. Honestly, day one was such a trauma, just dramatic day that I don't even think, the only thing I was in on day one was our neighborhood group, because that's where
Hey, Orlando, how you
Katie
today?
had first commented about him being gone. So no, actually, I wasn't in any Facebook group.
We got a pedicure today. If y'all want to see the toes, you'll have to rewind it back.
So probably.
Yeah, when you say Katie commented, what do you mean by that? She joined a neighborhood group?
Well, so I'm an admin of our private neighborhood group, and she created a post, I want to say around, I would say 7:30 maybe-ish, 7:30 that morning, Monday morning, simply just saying, my son is missing. And kind of commented on a little bit about him. Like, I think she made a comment about how tall he was, and that he was autistic and he was missing. Please check your cameras. It was just like a 2-liner, just real quick. Shoot it out there.
So like maybe like an hour and a half, hour something after she and Chris, that we found out that they called and reported Sebastian missing.
Correct. Yes, because I think that from what I understood, she called around 6:30 that morning, I think. Was it about 6:30, I think is?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it was, and I think from what another neighbor said, that she actually caught her SUV leaving the neighborhood right before that, or right after that. And so she did all that and then came back, and then I guess that's when she put it on the Facebook page. But I also remember what I thought was very odd was shortly before that, another neighbor, so if their house is here, if you're going up Stafford, a little bit farther up Stafford, was actually the first one to ask, hey, what's all going on in the neighborhood? Because my older son left to go to work that morning, approximately 8 o'clock, and there was already police all up and down Stafford, like just covering it. And they were already out walking around and stuff. And so I don't know, I guess she saw some of that traffic as she was leaving to go to work, and she posted first on the Facebook page. And then Katie, after that, is when she posted, and I went back to find that, and that previous neighbor deleted her post.
What about Katie's post?
I don't know. No, the original post, the first post.
Yeah.
It's
no longer
the neighbor, it's gone. She had to have deleted it, because you can't, if you're not the creator of the post, you can't delete someone else's post. They have to delete it. But when I went back a couple weeks after everything happened and things kind of calmed down a little bit, I was talking to somebody else, and I was like, I remember, didn't such and such make the post first, and this is a neighbor down the street from me, and she said, yeah, I remember that. And I was like, I wonder what the time frame was different. And I went back to look, and it was gone. So the original neighbor that very first posted asking what was all the commotion going on. And I still wonder if that's why Katie posted that. But then it was like 2 or 3 neighbors after. So Katie posted her comment or her post, and then several people commented after. I didn't see anything. She was asking, like, everybody check their cameras. I didn't see anything. And then Chris posted underneath that and simply said something like, yeah, my son's missing. That was it.
What?
missing kid, you would think they would be coming flying up
Oh,
here to figure out who that was.
y'all. My bad, y'all.
I was talking to somebody else, and I was like, I remember. Y'all see what's going on.
So you mean to tell me Katie come in the group, the neighborhood group, with a 2-liner? Yes, my son's missing. He's autistic, 15 years old, 115 pounds. He's missing. And then Chris come back and be like, yeah, my son missing. Well, my brother went missing and I found out. I immediately was out there looking, me and my sister. Immediately. All while we calling around to the last places where he was. People that supposed to, knew him, be his friend, who he always supposed to be with. So why he wasn't with y'all now? How he missing then? Like, we're not stupid. Like, we putting posts, telling people, share the post, share. Man, putting pictures of him out there. She just put a post. Like, do they even know what your child look like at this point? Because the lady didn't say she put a picture. She said she put a post that her son was missing. Keep listening.
And they came around my room and said, hey, Mom, did you hear what happened? I had not yet, because I hadn't gotten going for that yet. Seth was in the 8 first posted asking what was all the commotion going on. And I still wonder if that's why Katie posted that. But then Chris...
Right, she waited till somebody in the neighborhood posted what's the commotion before she posted.
Her post. And then several people commented after. I didn't see anything. She was asking, like, everybody check their cameras. I didn't see anything. And then Chris posted underneath that and simply said something like, yeah, my son's missing. That was it.
So what? Did it say like where the post was originating from, or was Chris around the neighborhood by then?
Okay, so I have twins, and when we first heard about everything, they jumped up and went running out of the house and went across the street down to where they live, and they walked over because they wanted to be a part of helping, look for him, and they went over there, and Chris was not there yet. So Seth was in there 8:30.
8:30, okay.
8:20-ish, yeah, because my oldest son had already left for work. He left about 8. Then my twins went. I got the phone call from the neighbor very nearby them that is a good friend of mine about 8:15, 8:20 that morning, asking if I had heard what would happen, and I had not yet because I hadn't gotten going for that yet. And then when my son texted me, I didn't answer, so he called my other boy's phone and asked them, hey, y'all see what's going on? And they came around my room and said, hey, Mom, did you hear what happened? And I was like, wait, what? What's going on? My phone's ringing. You guys are running in here. Like, what is happening here? And my neighbor was on the phone calling me. And so as soon as I heard the neighbor tell me the story, what happened, they went running out the door and went over there to kind of help, with the search and stuff. And they said that they saw Seth and Katie in the front yard and of course they didn't know the names back then. They just knew, like, now that they've seen pictures, they go back and say, yeah, it was Seth and Katie and Kathy Bauer-Sox and a bunch of other police, law enforcement and stuff like that. But Chris was not there yet.
Interesting.
Well, he wasn't there then.
Now, where do you live relative to the Proudfoots?
I live at the very top of the hill on Kellen.
So the next street, the street that turns into Stafford.
The main street.
Main street coming in. So just basically what now going back to Katie, like what you know or what you heard. When was Katie driving around in her SUV? Like a time frame? Like when do you think she was driving around in her SUV looking for passion, like she claims? Right.
So there's so many different things here because the neighbor that I actually spoke with, that I'm friends with, she's the one that has the camera on the corner of Stafford and Kellen, and I'm not going to mention her name, but she's the one that the camera footage got leaked without her knowledge and her permission that everybody had seen. But I've directly spoken with her, and then I also have directly spoken with a couple other neighbors that live very close to the Proudfoot's house. And the neighbor that I spoke with the very first time that morning, she said that when she was taking her kids to school, Katie was already back from looking. She had just got back from looking, and the kids have to be in school at 7:30. And so she normally leaves the house at 7 to take her kids to school. But Katie was already back and in the front yard, and all the cops and stuff were there. So she stopped for a minute to talk to her, took her kids to school. My neighbor that had the camera footage told me that her timeline is not working correctly, but when she puts it all together with the sunrise and then the bus coming through and all of that, she said it was approximately about 6 o'clock, 6:15, 6:20. It was right
I mean,
in
I
between.
have not true crime
Supposedly
interviews,
when
but I
she
have done
discovered him
interviews on my
missing,
channel.
supposedly she gets up, she runs around the house, she gets dressed, and she drives out of the neighborhood and that kind of thing, and goes looking for him. But I know the neighbor next, if you're looking at the prophet's house on the left, when she went running out of her house hysterical, the neighbor next to her was already out. You know, of course, everybody's getting up, getting ready for work, getting kids ready for school. Bus comes 6:45, 6:50-ish. 6:45, 6:50. It's been a long time since my kids have ridden the bus, so I have to really think about that one. But it's definitely before 7 because the kids have to be in school in class by 7:30. And we're the last pick up before he actually goes to school because we're right next to the school. So, you know, everybody was getting up and getting ready for work and everything. So she actually saw her out and she asked her what was going on. She told her. And so she actually walked around the house and was helping her look around the house. So she was already back from looking around 7.
How could we do
When
that,
she
Cricket
left
Day?
to go look for Sebastian.
I would love to
I know
talk
that
to
if
her.
you turn right going out of the Prof, which you go up the top of the hill, it's a cul-de-sac, or you go around and you can go up your street all the way at the back where the construction is. Did she, before she ventured out of the neighborhood, did she go up those roads do you know of to look?
Did she go up my road?
Your road or her road itself to the top of the cul-de-sac? You know, where
the only thing I was right. So the only thing I was told, of course, we nobody in my house was up or out yet, so I can't verify that because we weren't out yet. But the neighbor that told me that she saw her SUV drive across her driveway saw her leave. So that's right.
That's interesting. So you would think that maybe stay in the neighborhood a little bit and go up and down your own streets. Look around.
That was when she went to the school.
You said her car was there first
to the school on his own, which I don't know why. He's never done that before. So why would he do that? I mean, like, why would he just walk to school by himself? Plus, he had no shoes on, supposedly. So, like, why would he walk to school by himself?
With no shoes
on. That's
on.
what I was told. That she actually walked around her house outside, didn't find him. So she got in her car and drove to the school.
And was back by 7. Around that time.
Are you on my Discord, Cricket Day?
Yeah. Does Sebastian, did he take the bus to school, or did Katie take him in her car?
From what the neighbors, of course I don't have kids that ride the bus anymore. But from what the neighbor nearby said, that he did ride the bus. Now, the neighbor on the corner that has a surveillance camera said that there is a special bus that comes for certain kids that have special needs and whatever. And she said, I don't think he gets on that bus. I think he gets on the other bus. So that was what I was told. I can't verify that, so I can't answer that appropriately.
Gotcha. So we're talking all law enforcement, all there, starting to descend onto the area, 8 a.m.-ish, right? 8 a.m.-ish.
Well, they were there before that. They were already there, and cars parked. By the time when my son went to work at 8, they were already there and already clumped up together and starting to talk because they were already in the front yard talking to them. So they were, I don't know exact. I mean, I would say probably it was even before. I mean, they were probably there. I'm trying to remember what she said when she got ready to leave. She never said anything. The neighbor that called me and told me about it never mentioned law enforcement being there. She just said that Katie was outside walking around, you know, upset and everything. And she asked her, like, what's going on? But she didn't specify if there were law enforcement there. But they were already there and out of their cars and in the front yard at 8 o'clock. So they had to have been there before that.
Gotcha. Any idea when Seth got there?
No, but I do know that he was there by the time my kids went over there, like I said, which was about 8:30. He was already there. And I also know that his truck was, So
Seth was there, y'all, at before 8:30, because she's saying her oldest son left for work at 8 o'clock, and police was already assembled, huddled up, you know, so they already knew what was going on, whatever. And obviously so, if a neighbor wrote in the group and asked, like, what's all the commotion? It's police everywhere. And I find that funny that a neighbor wrote that. Then all of a sudden, Katie come with her comment, like, you know, letting people know, yeah, my son, he's missing. He's this age, this weight. Yeah, he's missing. And then Chris come and say, yeah, my son missing. But then the neighbor, whoever the first neighbor was that left the comment, erased their comment. Like, why would you erase that? We trying to see the timeline as far as when you noticed the police versus when Katie, you know, announced to the neighborhood that, you know, he was missing. You know, we're just trying to get all the, you know, the timeline. So I'm just wondering, like, who was this neighbor? Was this neighbor threatened, or did this neighbor just feel like they didn't want to be involved, so they just was like, I'm just gonna erase my comment, you know, once they found out what was going on? You know, we don't know, so I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Was there, like, off and on the whole time.
Gotcha.
I don't know what time exactly.
So what happens to, just explain to everybody then, what did law enforcement do at that point, like throughout the morning, once they all arrived there? Did more and more law enforcement come, or was there certain...
I told my neighbor down the street, I said, I didn't even know we had these agencies. I mean, like, I've never in my life ever seen such a response. It was overwhelming. It was like, it kind of freaked me out. Like, oh my God, I feel like I'm living in a real life, like, drama crime scene. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. The very first that came out was the sheriff's department, because we live in a county. So sheriff's department respond first, because, you know, we're not part of the city. So they came out first,
Sheriff department,
and they literally walked all
first,
up and down and around and everything.
Because when I lived in Alabama, sheriff department would report to the area that I lived, because I lived in the outskirts. I didn't live in the city. I wasn't in the city of Huntsville. I was in the outskirts in Madison County. So, yeah, sheriff would come first. And they quick. Yes, he did arrive so quickly. I wonder what time, like, what was his shift at work? Because I know, you know, I guess no phones was allowed. So I guess he said he didn't get the text or call, you know, till when he got to the truck. I think that's what he said.
And then they came door to door and asked everybody, you know, who all had cameras and whatnot. What did you see? What do you know? Whatever. And then it was, now, of course, I'm having to really go back in my head. It's been a little while. It was later on that afternoon, they brought some dogs in, and they started walking around. They came around the houses and asked everybody to walk around their own property, look underneath stuff, and anything that's unlocked. So all of us up and down my street, everybody, my neighbors came out with me. She and I walked together, walked all up and down our yards, all across the street, up and through the cul-de-sac, down the street a little bit. There's a barbed wire fence behind us as of right now, where the new construction is, so you can't get over that, but we can walk around it. And so we both walked up and around that.
I've been out there.
Just looked everywhere that was kind of close by. And then I noticed that they had the drones up. And of course the news was that was Tuesday. The news came out and was flying the helicopter around. It was chaotic. It was absolutely chaotic.
Did you see Seth and Katie out there looking? No.
Not in our neighborhood. Never.
Never seen them walk around.
No. They were in their yard out, but never left their property. No. And I know for a fact, because so Monday my kids were out with law enforcement, because at that point it was, we need all the neighbors come out, help us, look everywhere, whatever. So they were open to everybody coming in and help. So at that point, my kids jumped into one of those razor things and drove all up and through the property and stuff. And then my other one walked with the canine unit in the construction zone. He walked all the way through that. They literally, I had to call him at one point in time and tell him, y'all need to come home and have lunch. I mean, this is crazy. I know you want to help, but you got to come home and eat. And so then they came home and they went back out there. Y'all gonna be passed out all day Tuesday. And then, so Tuesday we had SWAT. That was the day we had the vigil. And it was interesting.
So they had a visual for Sebastian on that Tuesday in the neighborhood, y'all. This is what she's talking about. So listen, it seems like the neighbors were involved. It seemed like the neighbors were really involved. Like she said, her twin sons, when they found out, they rushed out the house, immediately helped searching. They even went with the dogs that jumped into the retention pond and all that. Watch out, y'all. The neighbors, I can't say nothing as far as like what took them so long to speak out. We can't make people. I'm just glad that someone is speaking out now. So at least some of the things that we can just get confirmation on, just some of the little petty little stuff. We can be like, oh, that didn't even happen, or oh, that did happen, and just leave it alone, because the focus is finding Sebastian. It's not about what Seth did in his past, what Katie did in her past, what Chris did in his past, because God forgives. So we need to be forgiven too. So, and I know that can be hard. I know. We're all human. We're all imperfect. So Yes, forgiving, especially forgiving people for heinous crimes and stuff like that. It can be, I know, but what I'm saying is we want to find Sebastian. That's the focus. So it's like all these cease and desist and threats and people being followed and harassed and all these matchmaking relationships, and she was Self woman, now she T-Rev woman, or like I said T-Rev, Trev. Well, I don't even know which dude. Is this so many people? Chris on Cluminati panel. Like, let people run their platforms how they want to run their platform. If she want to have Chris up there, let her have Chris up there, because he can tell us some stuff too. He the stepfather. I mean, we some, we may want to blame him, but shoot, as far as we know, he wasn't there. The neighbor said she saw Seth and Katie in the yard. They saw Seth and Katie in the yard. Chris was not seen. So unless law enforcement can put him there forensically, we don't know who took him at this point or what happened. So let's get some clarities from this neighbor. I don't feel this is he say, she say. I feel this is a neighbor that lives in the neighborhood, and then she got information from neighbors that even live closer, neighbors that live next door, across the street, neighbors with the Ring camera and all that. So I feel this is concrete sources.
Because we put out a post on the neighborhood group that we're having a vigil, and everybody's invited, but we want it to be just the neighborhood only, because we want it to be a private vigil just for our neighborhood and for the family. We were hoping if we made it more personal like that the family would come and they wouldn't be overwhelmed with all this. That was the other thing. Good God, the traffic. The second that it got out, we had tons of people just driving up and down the street, just looking and watching. I'm like, I don't know what you're going to do to help. We're flooded already with police. I don't know what outsiders coming in are going to do. I mean, it was chaotic as it was anyway, and now you got all these extra people coming out there, so it just got so chaotic. But so Tuesday night we planned the vigil, went down there, got in a big circle, introducing everybody, and there's neighbors. I don't want to get too personal here. There are neighbors. Actually, we have I think 2, maybe 3 sets of neighbors that are in law enforcement. They're in different counties. One of them is actually a part of Hendersonville Police, and then the other 2 are from other counties. They came to the vigil. And matter of fact, the one that is part of Hendersonville has been in a neighborhood since almost the beginning. Know them very well. Good people. And he was down there with a flashlight because we had so many people driving up and down and around and circling and going up and down and circling and coming back and forth. And we're just like, good grief. The Proudfoot sent, I don't know who it was, but they came down and we were all introducing ourselves, and they introduced themselves as aunt and uncle.
The Proudfoots?
Don't have a
aunt and uncle?
Proudfoots. Apparently, I don't know if it was somebody's brother, or that's what they introduced themselves as. We are.
So Chris and Katie didn't come to the visual that the neighborhood has just exclusively for the neighborhood. They sent Sebastian's aunt and uncle. Now, maybe that was the straw. I don't know.
Or maybe it was Sebastian's aunt and uncle.
Chris and
maybe
Katie
that's what it was.
Chris and Katie said they were their aunt and uncle?
Well, it wasn't. Chris and Katie didn't come. They sent family members, and when they introduced themselves as we're aunts and uncles. So I guess Sebastian's aunt and uncle.
Why didn't Chris? Did Seth go?
No.
So no Seth, no Proudfoots. They basically.
But my question is, Chris and Katie didn't show, but they sent representatives, so that means they did know about it. But how was Seth gonna know about the visual if it was in a neighborhood group? Seth don't live in y'all neighborhood. So unless one of y'all reached out to Seth and told him that y'all were having a visual for Sebastian just for neighborhood only, that's the only way he would have knew. So I wish she would have cleared that up right here. Because she let us know how Chris and Katie knew. And I feel like they could have done a little more as far as for parents that lost a child. And we'll get to that in a minute. But the point I'm trying to make is Seth don't live in y'all neighborhood. He not in y'all neighborhood group. So unless y'all contacted him and told him y'all were having a visual, he wasn't going to be there. Chris and Katie will be there. I mean, because y'all told them. But let's find out how Chris and Katie found out about the visual. Okay? You know, we're going to be fair here. I'm going to try to be fair for everybody, you know, because I cannot judge. Only God does that.
Basically sent their own representatives. Family members of the clan that ran.
That's correct.
Yes. I got 2 questions back on the first day. When do you know that Chris arrived home?
I did not, because I didn't know. I had never met them.
Wow.
They moved in and nobody knew them. Like, I still don't know anybody that really knows them. Like, nobody ever really knew them. And so
when did they move in? Do you know?
I think, well, so apparently it was a year and a half ago.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and they just stayed to themselves, and nobody really even knew them. I didn't even know that the original owners sold their house, and not because we don't, our neighborhood is just a real quiet neighborhood. Everybody kind of stays to themselves, except for, if you need something, or if a dog, a pet gets out, or if somebody goes on vacation, hey, will you watch my house, that kind of thing. But we don't really, unfortunately, I think everybody's just had busy lives and stuff, and
1 year and a half, no welcome.
I mean, like each neighbor knows the neighbor next to them. Like, I know all the neighbors around me, and I know a lot of their original neighbors that were there from day one, but I don't know the ones that have moved in over the past 5 years. And I think with COVID, that kind of messed everything up too.
Gotcha. Somebody put in the chat, what time does the trash get picked up in the morning?
That is the biggest misconception. Here we go with the whole light thing, right? This is where we're going.
This is part, y'all.
One more thing first. The very first day, the dogs. You saw dogs out there.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Did you see them going a specific direction or area? Did you see them centered around a certain area, or did they pick up any scent?
Okay, so there was no scent that was picked up from their house to anywhere. However, and my kids were with the handler and the canine, and actually he followed them all through the construction zone. And one of my kids actually saw one of the dogs take the handler to one of the retention ponds. And not only did he go to the retention pond, he ran to it and jumped in it.
Y'all hear that?
The handler had to go and get him and take him out of the water and then dry him off. And my son looked over at the handler and said, "Oh my gosh, I've never seen anything like that before." He looked at me and said, "He's never done that before." And my son said, "Why did he just jump in that?" He said he was following a scent. And then the other...
On that? Did they go in the water? Did they stick scuba divers or anything in there?
Supposedly, when I told Seth that, when I met him at the most recent vigil, he said they drained the pond twice and nothing.
So you mean to tell me a search dog that her sons were with, so she can confirm this, because her sons told her this, not only went to the retention pond, but jumped into the pond? And after they supposedly drained it twice, because, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there. Nothing. So what was the dog following then? That part is just crazy. What happened? And for the man to say he's never done that before, I don't know, Grant. I don't know. That's something I don't know. And maybe you know something that I don't know. Maybe, I guess older, more trained dogs. Is that what you're going to say? I don't know. That's something I don't know. Maybe you know something that I don't know. Maybe, I guess older, more trained dogs. Is that what you're going to say? 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 Is that what you're So why he didn't jump into the other retention pond? Why he just jumped into that one? Oh, I'm just asking, but we're not here for debate. Because you're telling me about puppies. Okay.
But not only did I see that, but when on day 3, I think it was Wednesday, when National Guard came through and they had their dogs. Oh yeah.
The National Guard came with their dogs.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They were all up and down through the neighborhood. That's why when everybody said, the police aren't doing enough, I have some of my own personal thoughts about that, but I will tell you right now, we had the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, we had Hendersonville Police, we had state troopers, we had National Guard, we had drones, we had helicopters, we had canines, we had 2 sets of different canines, and the National Guard brought theirs. So we were flooded. Okay, so back to the whole dog.
Everybody
through the trash, because the trash is what everyone is like curious about. The time the trash picks up, and then in reference to the lights, we're going to talk about the 3 a.m., 3:10 a.m. lights. Let's talk about the trash.
Yeah,
what do you
tell us about the trash?
So our trash gets picked up by J.E. McMurtry Disposal, has for many, many, many years. They used to, a few years back, they would pick up around 6:30-ish, but then the bus was coming through and it was making it hard for them to come through with the bus, and all the kids were out and it was just chaotic. So they switched it, and now they go down my street about 5:30, 5-ish, between 5:15-ish, 5:20, something like that, every Monday morning. That's going down my hill, though. That's not when they come in and they're going around it. That's when they're coming back down.
So that's when they leave in her hill.
I mean, that's an extra, 20 minutes? How long does it take for the trash truck guy to go through the whole entire neighborhood?
And
that neighborhood is not that big. I can show you her street.
They have to hand dump the trash bin in there. They don't. It's a new truck. They have an arm, and it does it for them.
Oh, so that's super quick.
That was another thing where they're having to pick up these big. No, they're not. They have an arm. They roll it over to the arm, connect it to the arm, and they dump it. You can hear it. I mean, it's not quiet. It's loud. I mean, you can hear the.
So it's been confirmed the trash truck leaves her street, where she lives on Kellen, which is the street in front of the Proudfoot Street. I can show y'all all this. And she said it comes down her street around 5:30, and the trash truck does have the arm on it where it picks up the trash can versus the I don't want to call them trash guys, the workers having to pick up the trash cans themselves. So we know that it did have an arm, and it comes around 5 something, not 3 something. Just like us, the more experience, the better they get at their job. But put it in the span this one. Trained out. Okay. I got you, Grant. And I understand.
So by the time.
And you're right. Because I'm 43 now, so I know I'm better with time.
Coming up the street, though, not going down it. They're collecting it as they come up. So I guess they're probably in the neighborhood just like around 5, just before 5.
And they're out of there before the buses come.
Yes.
Or the bus comes, or the, you said buses. Where's the trash go?
Oh, it gets dumped in either Nashville or Gallatin. If Nashville is full, they'll temporarily dump it to Gallatin. And then once, I guess, Nashville gets finished, whatever, then they'll transport to Nashville. The big misconception was that the neighborhood behind us, they get picked up by a different company on Tuesdays. So that's a whole different thing.
Is that construction development you're talking about?
Well, that was the dumpster that everybody was asking about. How is it possible that, that the dog hit over there as well? The second dog that was out walking hit also by the trash dumpster. And the trash dumpster owner found that out when law enforcement told him that we got a hit by the dumpster. The owner of the dumpster called them back and said, okay, we dumped our trash on this certain day, Tuesday, whatever, on that certain day in Kentucky. So you guys need to go and get a warrant, obviously. And he gave them permission to go search the Kentucky dumpster or landfill. So that's why they went to Kentucky. And then I was told that they also checked Gallatin and Nashville as well.
Okay, so just to confirm, her neighborhood trash goes to Nashville or Gallatin. If Nashville is full, they send it to Gallatin, and then once Nashville get compacted or however, because I don't know how they work it, then they send theirs back to Nashville, which I'm trying to figure out like why. Just compact it in Gallatin and leave it there. But hey, I don't know how the companies work, so I can't tell them what to do with the trash. I'm just thankful that they're dealing with it, so I don't have to. So anyway, shout out to the trash workers. Shout out to somebody give me another name for them. Shoot. And then so the dumpster, which is at the construction site, I can show y'all that too because I was there. That's what goes to the Kentucky landfill. So their garbage does not go to Kentucky at all. It stays in Tennessee, Nashville or Gallatin. The dumpster that's for the construction company, which is probably the construction company is probably based out of Kentucky or something, and that's why they're using the Kentucky landfill. But hey, so we got clarification on that. So the truck ran around 5 something, not 3 something. So let's continue.
That night, Katie claims the night of the 25th that Sebastian takes the trash out after they arrived home from going out to dinner. Go ahead.
There's no specific footage of that. The neighbor that has the Ring door camera that saw that, she said to me on the phone that the only thing you can see is a silhouette. She said you cannot see a physical person. There is absolutely no physical proof of Sebastian being at their house that night after dinner. There's nothing. There's her car coming home. My neighbor did tell me that she saw her car come, but she parks in the garage. So nobody saw him get out of the car.
What time was that?
So y'all hear that? So now y'all hear me that. I said y'all hear me that. So this neighbor just said that the neighbor that lives across the street that has the Ring foot camera that saw silhouettes, in Katie and them house, that you can see stuff with the Ring camera. She said she saw Katie's truck come home into the garage, but there was no sign of Sebastian, meaning since Katie parks in the garage, no one physically saw Sebastian get out the truck and go in. So for all we know, he didn't even make it home after they went to Texas Roadhouse for dinner, which I've been saying all along. I've been saying all along that I don't think he made it home from whatever the last thing they did at Texas Roadhouse. After they got back in the car from Texas Roadhouse, something happened, and that was that. And so the rundown is there was a 15-year-old boy by the name of Sebastian Rogers, autistic, that his parents, his mom and his stepfather reported him missing on a 3-way call to the sheriff's office on February the 26th. The stepfather was allegedly in Memphis at work, at his RV. He was living on the RV at an RV park because he does construction at the St. Jude. So he was allegedly there. The biological father works as a correctional officer in the Clarksville or Hendersonville. I want to say Clarksville. So he was up at work, 3rd shift, whatever, and the mom was the one that was with the son that day. I don't know if this was a regular day for them, if they do these types of things all day, but like for instance, like they woke up and like you would have to go check like some of my other videos to like just to see her. But they had this amazing day. They went here and he had this colossal popcorn and this gigantic ice cream. Then they went here for snacks and took the snacks home. Then they went to BJ's and had this. And then they went to Strike and Spare and went bowling. And then after that they had this. And then they went to Texas Roadhouse and he had salmon. And then they went home and she, was allegedly on the phone with her husband for 3 hours. Told Sebastian to go to bed around 9:30. I'm telling you what she said because this neighbor finna confirm some other stuff. Told him to go to bed around 9:30. She's still on the phone with her husband for all these hours. She hear a thud and say, Bubba, what, you all right? He say, I'm okay, mama. So she said, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you need to go to bed instead of getting up and going checking on him. But anyway, so she's still on the phone with her husband. So I don't know why her husband didn't hear any of this, but hey, he didn't. And when she got up in the morning at 6:30 to get him ready for school, which if he rode the bus, and this lady just said the bus come at 6:50, all he needs is 15 minutes to get ready. Dang, that's a quick get ready. So no breakfast or no 15 minutes. But anyway, she got up and he wasn't there. So that's her story, and she's sticking to it. Good evening, David. So Grant, that's the moral. He been missing for over 100+ days. I was out there looking for him for weeks. Had my 5-year-old out there looking for him, passing out flyers with me everywhere that we went. She always wanted to pass out flyers. One of the days I was out there looking, I came upon some dirt mounds that were also near a Masonic lounge, also right on the grounds of Beach High School, between the fence and the cemetery, but it was on the school side, so it wasn't on the cemetery side where you could be like, oh, that's just old dirt. That's dirt for the cemetery. It was on the cemetery side. I was being watched and followed while I was out there, and then when I made it back to my car, someone in a white van followed me for 4 to 5 miles, and I was scared. And so when my family learned of that, I was told that I cannot search by myself because I'm a mother of 6 and I can't be putting my life in danger for parents that aren't even searching for their own child. I know they say law enforcement tell you not to search for your child, but if these was my children, I would be out here every day, all day. But yeah, so that was me. I did that my whole childhood. Gotta brush my teeth, then my hair, put my clothes on. Okay. So 15 minutes.
I always want to know what time you arrived home.
I was just saying that, you know, because he's autistic, and even though he was just diagnosed with the autism 1 year ago, at birth he was missing a chromosome. He has the 26. I've researched it before. It's a 26 something where he's missing a chromosome. So it's not even just that he's autistic. He has a mental type of development, I guess. Before they knew he was autistic, they just learned that he was autistic at 14. But he was born with this chromosome missing. And I'm gonna look it up so I won't be saying crazy stuff. But really, this is the father. Well, guess what? My uncle was a 33rd when he passed away. And I myself, in my college years, I'm not active at the moment. I did see the star in the east. So yeah. So I was just saying that because of what other people like to say about that. You know, because some lodges, and that's fine that you're father of a Freemason. All lodges are not the same. Some are for right and some are for not. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Autistic kids are very, very, exactly, same routine. So the fact that he left out of his home, I guess, overnight with no shoes on when he don't never like being without shoes is crazy. Like, because they say all his shoes are accounted for. So that means he went outside with no shoes. I ain't believing it. I'm not believing the autistic kid went out the home with no shoes on. And pitch black dark. And I'm going to tell you why when we keep hearing what the neighbors say. And of all the research that I've done. And by being out there, and I also spoke with the neighbor's sister before.
I asked, and she said that it was so dark that she couldn't really see her house that night after dinner. A physical person. There is absolutely no physical proof of Sebastian being at their house that night after dinner. There's nothing. There's her car coming home. My neighbor did tell me that she saw her car come, but she parks in the garage, so nobody saw him get out of the car.
What time was that? I always want to know what time she arrived home. Do you know?
I asked, and she said that it was so dark that she couldn't really see. She saw about 6 or so, I think is what she said, ish, because they went to dinner at Texas, and then supposedly came home, and then her car came into the driveway around 6, and then somebody pulled the trash bin out. After
somebody pulled the trash
but
bin.
they don't know who it was because you
They
can't
say
tell.
you can't tell. It don't look. You don't know if it's Sebastian.
Any neighbor, including yourself, or because you all talk. The neighbors talk to everybody and say there's nothing to indicate that he was home that night. He got home that night.
There's no proof of that. Nobody ever saw him come home, or really, I mean, I don't even know if anybody can
this
say
from day
they saw
one, y'all, and
him
I'm gonna go back to my
leave
video and show
with
y'all.
her. I mean, no, I don't think anybody actually looked back that far. It was so chaotic at the very beginning. I think the police were so focused on a runaway teen that was what everybody was focused on. So when they first asked to look at their video cameras, I think everybody was checking actual him walking out. But there's no proof of him physically walking out. And then it was, okay, are there any cars around there? And so going back to the whole light thing, I was told that there was an unidentified car sitting on my street.
Listen, y'all.
Facing the entrance, somewhere around 3:30 or so. And then the flashlights were actually seen on the neighbor's camera. 2 separate flashlights walking in between the yards, which the trash truck does not do. They don't need to. All of the trash is at the curb. They have never ever gone. Matter of fact, when you sign up for services, they tell you in the email their rules and regulations. If your trash is not by the curb, they don't take it. Unless, you're an elderly person, you ask them. If your trash is like in the front of your house and you ask them, they'll come and get it like that, but they won't come around the back or in between houses. That's bull monarchy. That is not how that works.
No track. You don't believe that those 3:10 a.m. lights were around 3:10 after 3 a.m. were trash truck lights.
Not only do I not believe it, but the neighbor that has the actual footage swore up and down that there are 2 different circumstances. There was the car with the lights coming towards the car. The car backed up on Kellen and left. And then about 2-ish hours, hour and a half, hour 42 something, they're like she said, the time stamp on the video is not working. It is stuck. She said, but you can tell because it's pitch black dark in the middle of the night when the car comes down the street, turns onto Stafford, sits there for about 3 to 5 minutes. The flashlights are coming from 2 different directions in between the yards. They do
how the
whatever
trash truck come between the yard.
Backs up Kellen and leaves from Stafford. Backs up Kellen and leaves. And then 2 or so hours later, as the sun is just beginning to come up, you can see the trash truck. And she said, but the trash truck goes past her driveway. She said, you can see the trash truck and the lights and the back of the truck go past her driveway, go up the hill, do its business, turn around, come back down. And then within a few minutes later, the sun is coming up. And then you can see Katie's car leave, Katie's car coming back. And then you can see all the police come in. She said, it's very obvious. So
Now, the neighbor that's friends with the neighbor whose footage that Nick Bears shared, and they tried to say that Nick Bears lied and said that he said that it had been confirmed that it was a trash truck. They're lying. The neighbor said that a car pulled at the end of her street around 3:10, bagged out and left. 2 flashlights going in between houses, so trash trucks driving in between people's houses now. 2 flashlights walking in between the houses, and then a couple of hours later you actually see the trash truck. So see, I knew that was lying the entire time. I knew that those was flashlights. Like if it was the trash truck, the lights should be moving at the same time. The lights were moving separately. Like, we're not dumb, we're not stupid. So here is the neighbor confirming it was not a trash truck. Yeah, a trash truck came 2 hours later. But the footage that we saw, which I'm gonna find that on Nick Bears, I already know where to go click it. It was not a trash truck. Those were flashlights. So who was out there looking for who? Who was running? Or who was looking for somebody? Or what? Because it was 2 flashlights. They say Sebastian had the little keychain flashlight, so had he already been gone around 3 something? And Katie and who else was out there looking for him? Or did he not even make it home after dinner? We still don't know. Because she parks in the garage.
Asked her why the police are saying that.
Oops, sorry.
You can see the trash truck and the lights and the back of the truck go past her driveway, go up the hill, do its business, turn around, come back down, and then within a few minutes later, the sun is coming up, and then you can see Katie's car leave, Katie's car coming back, and then you can see all the police come in. She said it's very obvious. So I asked her why the police are saying that that's trash truck, and she said, I don't know, I'm baffled. Because I tell you right now, there are 2 different circumstances, and that you can tell there are 2 different time frames.
Wow. Because we've heard from Seth Rogers, and Seth is adamant that he was told or he's seen.
That's because LE has told him that.
What's up with that?
Because LE has told him that. Law enforcement has told him that.
Why?
Because, that's the question I asked. When I called, I got I think all of us are just super frustrated.
Yeah, frustrated. This boy been missing for over 100+ days.
That we don't understand what's happened.
Almost gonna
we
be
don't know
90.
What's happened.
Not
you know,
90
we've all
days,
been involved in trying to find him day one. We've
120
shared it on
days.
social media. You know, a lot of us were out with law enforcement the first week or so. You know, looking for him and stuff. I mean, you know, this shook us up to the core. It flipped our neighborhood upside down and just shook us up. I mean, nobody left their house for 2 weeks. Even the families who walked their dogs every single day, we didn't see them for 2 weeks.
Why?
So,
why?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't know what was going on. We had no idea what happened. I mean, when you have a 15-year-old kid that just vanishes in thin air, nobody wants to leave. We're scared. And then, of course, you see Chris, you know, getting upset through all these YouTube videos. And if you know your neighbor is that upset and threatening people and saying the things he's saying, you're not going to go be a part of that. You're going to stay in your little cocoon and stay away from them. And I mean, lock your doors and be by yourself and protect yourself and just stay away from it.
Right.
Never seen Sebastian Rogers in the neighborhood or walking around or anything prior to that day? Nothing.
From what I understand from neighbors that live right close to him, the only time they ever saw him come out was when he was playing with the dogs. The dogs would get out, and you know, he'd be out there for a little while, but nobody ever really knew him.
So nobody knew Sebastian in the neighborhood.
He never came out to play with the neighborhood kids. You never saw him out riding his bike. I mean, now I'll tell you this. I mean, we have neighbors that go out, like I said, and walk their dogs every single day, sometimes even twice a day. You have kids that will go out and play basketball. We have a basketball goal in one of the cul-de-sacs. Kids will come up and play basketball in basketball goal. They'll walk, you know, ride their bike. We have a one kid that has a four-wheeler and a dirt bike, and he rides around, that kind of thing. Didn't even know Sebastian existed.
Wow.
Never played with anybody.
Did y'all hear this?
No friends, nothing.
Never had any friends over their house.
How long was, because I heard that Seth was there for a few days staying with the Proudfoots. Did you hear that? that true?
Well, I saw his, I didn't know he was staying in their house, but I saw his truck there every single day for, when I heard that he had stayed in their house for 3 days, I was shocked. I didn't realize he had actually stayed in the house and then they said 3 days. I'm like, well, that's odd because his truck was parked on the curb of the street for about a week. But I didn't know he was actually there because he was out searching. Like, he was actually at the command center for the first week every day, all day long. Seth was.
Not Chris and Kate. Chris and Kate?
Oh, no. They never left their house.
Never.
Not that I'm aware of.
But any flyers, go to door, to speak with neighbors, ask them if they've seen anything, nothing.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Nope.
That is so Miss Bobby. So do you...
And the only...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, the only thing they even put on Facebook was that one post.
Which eventually got deleted.
Theirs didn't. The original neighbor that was asking, hey, what's all the commotion on Stafford?
Their post got deleted.
Person deleted their post.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to listen.
Shady's is still up there.
Were the Bauer socks around at all during that week? Yeah, I know you said that they were there that morning. Did they look around? Did they look around?
No, we never saw anybody. None of them ever looked in our neighborhood where I'm at. I never seen any of them walking around at all, period, ever.
Wow.
Seth, Chris, Katie, Bauer Socks, none of them.
Y'all hear that? Nobody. Not even Seth.
I had one encounter with Chris one night. And after, never saw him, never met him, nothing.
The Chris encounter, you mind sharing? I think we talked about this offline a little bit.
Yes, okay, so I'll kind of share a little bit of that.
Listen to this, y'all.
This was her
experience with Chris. Her one experience.
What day was it? Thursday, I think it was.
Which was after Sebastian became missing.
That Thursday night. Now, mind you, our neighborhood is on pins and needles. Don't know what happened to this kid. Don't understand. Law enforcement's, coming up and around. We've got every department that I didn't even know existed. Like I said, I didn't even know we had a SWAT team. I didn't know we had, drone footage. I didn't know we had any of this stuff. I mean, we're, a small county. I had no idea. Not a small county, but you know what I mean? Like, we're away from, like, the big crowd, the city. Never had any issues, so I didn't even know that any of this stuff existed.
It's Tennessee, girl. We got stuff.
So we're all kind of on pins and needles, and so anything weird, let me go back a little bit and say, the night before this is the reason why this happened. The night before this, I had went to work that night, I think. I did something. I wasn't home for some reason. My son was on our back deck. Now, our back deck faces the construction. The back of the construction. And so he was on the back deck.
Oh, I know where they house at.
And he looks out and he says, well, that's really weird. And she said, what? And he said, look at the light out there. And there was a flashlight. It was kind of a dim flashlight, but you could see it because it's pitch black dark. And he said, why is there a flashlight over there? It was one single flashlight, and it was like walking in the back, kind of over in the back of the woods area. And it like walked around, stopped, walked around a little bit, stopped, and then just disappeared in the back of the woods. And so he called me, and he's like, what do I do? And I said, you need to call law enforcement. Like, call the number. We had a flyer, one of those flyers. And I was like, you need to call the TBI and tell them and figure out what to do with that. He did. And nothing. No phone call back. No, nothing. Just, okay, thanks for the letter. I'm like, okay, that's awfully weird.
Y'all hear that?
Come check that out. I'll call you back and ask you.
Yeah, follow-ups.
Nothing.
Kind of like how I went when I called TBI and reported the dirt mounds that I found. It wasn't we're going to get somebody out there to check those and contact you back. It was, thank you for that information. And I got the recording of when I called them. It was just like, thank you for your service. And nobody went out there to check it that I'm aware of.
No, they didn't even call him back to ask him, like, exactly where are you? What did you see? Nothing. Nobody ever called up or nothing. And so he was like, that's really weird. And I was like, yeah, that is weird. I mean, with a missing kid, you would think they would be coming flying up here to figure out who that was. So it was the following night. So now, of course, we're all like, you know, even more in pins and needles. Like, is people just going to just start walking around a neighborhood in the middle of the night like they were pitch black dark in the night? And so he was coming home. We were all at home and still looking around and talking to neighbors and figuring out like what the heck is going on. And he comes home and walks in the door and is like, Mom, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, now what? And he said, there's two people, a real tall, skinny guy and a real small, it looks like a girl maybe, that is walking up our street. Now, we do have families that will come out and walk their dogs at night before they go to bed, but they had no dog with them, no nothing. And the strangest part about this was this guy was wearing dark, black, wide, like ski goggles. You've been in my neighborhood. You can't see your hand in front of your face. It is so dark at night. It was 9 o'clock at night. Why is somebody walking with these big black goggles? How can they even see?
Right.
Well, with everything going on, I'm thinking, okay, that's very suspicious. I got to check on that. Yes, I could have called law enforcement, and that's what was said. You should have called law enforcement. However, I didn't want to call law enforcement on my own neighbor. If it was a neighbor out walking around, I didn't want to be rude and call law enforcement on my neighbor. So I told my son, I said, you know what, let's go. He's got a Jeep that's got a bunch of lights on it. And I said, let's drive down there and turn your lights on and see. If you can see somebody out there walking, I said, I'll call law enforcement and let them know what we're seeing, and then we'll just turn around and go back home. I wasn't going to follow them. I just wanted to see if I could find them. So we're driving down my road. We turn up Stafford because we couldn't find them. Like, well, maybe they went up Stafford. We went up Stafford. Now my son's Jeep is loud. And so but I didn't even think about it. I was more focused on who this person was.
Right.
So he drives up Stafford and he says to me, hey, while we're up here, where's Sebastian's house? And I'm like, oh, we just passed it. So he turns around and goes back down, and we're going slowly because I was trying to point out Sebastian's house. And so I pointed it out.
Mind you, this a neighbor in the neighborhood, y'all.
We're driving back down to the other side of the neighborhood, another cul-de-sac, and he said, wait a minute. Didn't you say that this other neighbor has a Ring camera? And I said, yes. And she's the one that saw the silhouette in the window and the lights in the house go on and off and whatever. She's like, but that doesn't make any sense, because if that house is located here, how can she have seen over here? And I'm like, okay, go back up the street and I'll show you. So we went back up the street to show him where that house was versus this and all the whole thing. And as we were coming back up, we kind of stopped. Now, this is my neighborhood. I'm not a suspicious person. This is my neighborhood. I should be able to do whatever I want to, right? So I stop, or he stops a little bit. I'm pointing at our houses out, and we drive out, and I said, Sean, I said, honey, we got to go home. And he's like, why? And I said, because somebody's standing at their front door. He was like, oh, crap. And so, and I did not, God honest truth, I never meant to upset anybody. It was truly just me trying to figure out what's going on. Never meant to upset anybody. Turn around, Stafford. I'm coming back down, and Chris is, now, mind you, I have never met this man. Never seen him before. I wouldn't even know who he is. Matter of fact, I thought he was law enforcement. Stands in the middle of the street and puts his hand out and stops. Just like
what? Do y'all hear this?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. And I'm thinking it's law enforcement. I'm like, oh crap.
Chris done stood in the front of her car and put his hand out like he
looking for this kid.
Incredible Hulk or
something. We're in the window, and he comes around and he stands there just like this. Just like, what are you doing out here? And I'm like, holy crap. I said, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We were looking for, and I told him what happened and told him the whole story. And he was like, why wouldn't you just call law enforcement? I said, because I don't want to call law enforcement on a neighbor. If they're out walking around, that's kind of rude. And he's like, well, you have no business driving around here, and started telling me in a very intimidating.
So he cursing her out pretty much.
Voice, I guess you would say, big tough, he's a big guy, kind of thing. That my son is missing, and they've got police all around here looking. I said, yeah, no kidding. I know, I'm aware. I've been talking to him. Trust me, I know. I get it. And then he said there's a police, the heat sensor mobile unit things. You know what I'm talking about? That can detect heat sensor and stuff. Well, they had one of those up in the top, hoping that if he came home, it would alert law enforcement that there was somebody walking around. Which I don't get that, because you've got families that are walking dogs anyway. So anyway, so I was like, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I kept apologizing to him, and he got really upset, and kind of said some things, and I was trying to calm him down. I apologized, and my son's girlfriend was in the back, and she thought that if she rolled the window down and said, I am such and such, and I go to your son's school, that he would calm down. Even though I said, hey, I'm your neighbor, I live up there, everything's fine, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. I thought even me telling him I was his neighbor would calm him down. It's like he just glossed right over that. He didn't care.
Y'all hear this?
So she says,
It's Chris
I'm such
now.
and such, and I go to school with your son. And he stops mid-sentence to me and said, oh, and got like stopped, looked at her and said, your name? And she said, yes, sir. Like, how do you know? She only gave him her first name, and he said the whole thing. And she was like, how do you know my name? And I was like, what the crap? I looked at my son. I said, we need to go. We just need to go. We just need to go. And I'm like, I'm going to call the police, because this is getting, I don't know. I don't understand. I wish you could have, I can't describe his body language. Was just very,
it wasn't like, well, for that people were out there looking for his son or thing. It was more like, I'm trying to stop.
Get off my street. Get off my street.
Wow.
Get out of here. Get off my street. Go home. Leave me alone. Get away from us. But he told her that. So
and this is to the neighbor
that runs this Facebook group and this, that, the other. I'm going to demand you take that off. You get your phone. And he said, where are your parents?
This is this, y'all.
She said, at my house. And he said, well, I'm going to find out where you live, and I'm going to come knock on their door, and we're going to have a conversation. And she said, okay, good luck with that. And I was like, you know what? Look, we don't want to, cause any issues and whatever. I try to give him grace. Don't know the man from nowhere. And I just kept saying, he's upset. His son's missing. He's really upset. He's very defensive. Maybe that's just all that what it was. Now that I've seen some of his YouTube videos, and I'm like, yeah.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
I didn't know the back end of those details. I know
she leave her house, which is the next street over, basically trying to see who is this tall person walking the neighborhood with blackout goggles on and a short person, basically trying to be neighborhood watcher, whatever, after your son is missing, and you stop them in the middle of the street like you Superman, Hulk Hogan, Batman all in one, like addressing people like, wow. So basically cursed her out. Why you doing in my neighborhood? You need to leave. Sir, you only been here a year and a half. Let the records tell it. These people been here for 10 plus years. This man is arrogant. That don't mean he a killer, but I'm just saying.
we talked before offline a little bit. You said, kind of like a confrontation, kind of be able to confronted you guys, but I didn't know those like back end details that you shared. Somebody in the chat, Smiley's World, was asking, prior to the February 26th, right, when Chris arrived home, did any neighbors or anyone that you heard, whether you see it, but you said you never knew him prior, did anyone ever say anything about him being around the house on the 25th, the 24th, or seen in the neighborhood or anywhere in the area prior to the
nobody's ever really mentioned.
And not to mention, he threatened a child, talking about, I'm going to find out where you live and I'm going to knock on your door. Me and your parent, we're going to have a conversation. About what? Because you started a Facebook group looking for your missing stepson that obviously you're not looking for. For whatever reason, you're not looking for him. So you going to stop others from doing it? Wow.
The only person that's ever said anything about him coming home, like I said, nobody really ever paid attention, I don't think, because even the neighbor that lives close by that I'm friends with, I asked her, like, did you ever see? She said, I never really paid attention because, like, he would come and go and they never were out really, and they had this camper and the camper would leave and then it would come back and then, he never came outside. And it's odd because Chris kept saying that he would go outside and play. And you know, all that kind of stuff. And she's like, I don't remember ever seeing him really outside playing. Like, there's no playground. They don't have a playground outside. They don't have a trampoline outside. Like, if you looked at their yard, you wouldn't even know there's no bike. There's no, like, scooters. There's no basketballs. You wouldn't even know they have kids. There's nothing in their yard to play with. He's never outside. Like, he didn't go outside and play catch with his dad. Nothing.
Interesting. Now, as you said, pitch black.
Why he got, how they had dogs
You
or
buy
fish or
it
whatever,
where they're
but he
claiming
ain't never
that
out
this
there.
kid walked out the front door and kind of
I don't know, Lord.
neighborhood.
No, because everybody around the camera.
Would a kid go out at night and walk around out there at night alone?
I don't think so. I mean, unless their parents didn't know. We did have a ding dong ditch happen a couple years ago, but no. I mean, I've never experienced kids just randomly walking around the neighborhood. That's the thing about our neighborhood is it's so quiet. Like at night, literally, like, you know, in the summertime when my kids were younger. Sorry, my car shut off for me for something. My kids were younger. They would go outside and play like flashlight tag and stuff like that. And I had to get on to them like, okay, 10 o'clock, y'all need to be done because everybody's got to go to bed and whatever. Nobody ever gets, like, you don't ever just see random kids walking around by themselves. I don't buy that at all. And I know that neighbors that are right around them said that there was nothing on their cameras.
Nothing. So no evidence whatsoever for that morning.
Because he wasn't there.
And not even the 25th, the night of the 25th. Wow. Do you think law enforcement...
He just vanished. He literally just vanished.
And no
What's your
person
theory?
vanishes.
What do you think? What do you think happened? What's your theory? Based off you being a neighbor, based off you speaking to other neighbors, you're very close to the area, you've seen law enforcement over there. What do you think happened?
I have to be very careful with that one. I know there were some family issues, like there were some personal stuff going on within the family between Katie and Chris. Seth told us, you know, that he was supposed to get full custody.
Thanks for subscribing,
One
S
minute
Gaming
he said that
Bass.
Katie was okay with it. The next minute I'm hearing that Katie was not okay with it. I don't know their personal story. I know that neighbors are close by them heard fighting within their family outside, verbal things that were said outside. So I don't know that it was, you know, I think there were some struggles within the family. I mean, every family has issues. I get that, but I don't know. Families typically would get into that kind of a dispute outside. I mean, if I was going to have a conflict of interest between my kids and I, or my husband and I, we would be inside. I would be outside making that
if
known.
we can
and apparently
avoid it.
There were some situations where things were heard that weren't good.
Bobby, when did those fights occur? Do you know?
Over the past, I mean, you know, I guess since they've been there, like periodically, it wasn't like a one-time thing. There were other, you know, times where things were said and that kind of thing. I don't live close enough to them to have heard that. I mean, they would have to have screamed at each other for me to have heard that. I didn't hear it, but I know that neighbors around them have reported hearing things that were said outside, and it wasn't like a one-time thing.
Any cops ever get called?
Well, I mean, CPS was you know, called multiple times, and I know teachers personally that still work at Beach that were told things and they had to report it. I mean, when a teacher is told, counselors and teachers are told things, they by law have to report it.
Right, because they're mandated reporters.
Absolutely. And I know that, you know, kids can be over exaggerating. I know that, especially teenagers, that kind of thing. I think for me, you know, I think my kids would be respectful enough with us that if something happened, I don't think they would go and say, like, you know, my mom is mean to me. Like, they know that's not true, and they would get in trouble for lying. So for him to make up that things that he was saying, I can't imagine him making certain things that were set up enough for CPS to be called on them. And I know they were called multiple times.
Multiple times. So when you say multiple, how many times?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Well, it means more than once. We know
I'm not
that.
privy to that information.
Has any neighbors or anybody tell you that they've seen the CPS at their house?
Well, they just drive regular cars.
They have not actually used the words "I've seen them at the house," but they've told me that there have been people that have visited an official. Like, I don't know. Like, the car that comes is not going to have CPS written on it. Yeah. I mean, it may have a government official like license plate,
or it may not.
Like that, and they're not going to have.
The person going to be driving their own car
the front door, but it's
with
not
a
CPS
tag.
Going to see. That kind of thing.
Everybody don't get a CPS car, government car. They can't afford it.
Like, I have seen this happen because they were really paying attention. I don't think it was one of those things where I don't think neighbors, like, after this has happened, some of the neighbors are going back and saying, wait a minute, I remember this, and I do remember that, and I do remember this, and oh wow, this is like all connected. But when it happens over a year period of time and it's just random, but then nothing really ever comes of it, you just kind of try to stay in your own lane and mind your own business, because you're not hearing, like, I don't know that neighbors heard screaming, or like, I don't know that it was like the things that were being said outside were loud enough to make neighbors call. I don't think it was that kind of like, if a neighbor next to me, I heard a kid screaming, help me, don't, whatever, I would be calling the police. Like, okay, I'm going to go inside, I'm going to call the police and be anonymous. It wasn't that kind of a thing. It was things that were said and arguments between them that made neighbors think, gosh,
Well, when you say that, are we talking?
Can we get an
Chris
example?
And Katie, or is Seth in the picture too? Is it like, were there arguments with Seth there?
I don't think Seth was ever there long enough. I think he was there long enough to pick Sebastian up for his weekend, or they would meet somewhere for his weekend or something like that. I don't think that Seth was ever there. I think it was mostly, the one neighbor told me that she heard, and I'm not going to go into a lot of whole big detail because I don't want to get into their whole personal life. It's not my place. But a neighbor had told me that there were things that were said between, like, Chris and Katie would get into an argument, like in the driveway, and then Sebastian might come outside and Chris would raise his voice at him, either get inside or what are you doing out here, or make comments to him like that. And like I said, it wasn't
Don't forget
like,
he called him the R word.
I'm going to kill you, or I'm going to beat your butt. It wasn't like such a horrible thing to make a neighbor call 911.
What about the pressure washer? Why didn't they ask her about that?
Abrasive enough to, now that he's missing, they go back and think, oh,
So that kind of like, that was the kind of what you were saying when the neighbors kind of put these pieces together after the fact.
Right. It's one of those things that you go back and look and think, oh, okay, so maybe there was something to that. I just didn't realize it.
Have you ever heard anything about the mattress in the garage?
I have, and I have not been able to confirm that. I did hear that the neighbor next to them, when the garage door would come up for her to leave, they saw a mattress in the garage. And well, I mean, Chris admitted that there was a mattress.
Like, was
in
the
there.
mattress sitting up
daughter,
or laying down?
So maybe.
Like, what was the mattress
but why
doing?
is it still in there? I don't know. No idea.
Yeah, they said on Nancy Grace that they got a new bed set after Sebastian missing. But then people are also that it's punishment. Did you? And I'm not talking about the punishment aspect about Sebastian sleeping in the garage for punishment. Have you heard that?
I did hear that, but I can't confirm it because I had not talked to the neighbors that lived next to them that were the ones that said that. I don't know for a fact they said that, but my thing is, and again, I'm not trying to put anything blame on them at all because I don't know them, don't know anything about their personal story, have no idea. I can't confirm any of this, but I just know that I'm surprised that the mattress has been in the garage that long. I mean, if the mattress is for your child, wouldn't it have been put away or put in the, I mean, why is it still in the garage and not in the child's bedroom? And two, the daughter, Faith, I don't ever remember her being there. Like, if she was there, I mean, maybe one summer. I mean, I'm just surprised that she would have a brand new mattress if she's not there very much. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she didn't even have a mattress, and that's the first one.
You spoke earlier about a silhouette and a light inside.
Oh, yeah.
Talk a little bit about that. Some people were asking that in the chat. What's that all about?
Okay, so if I go back to day one and kind of rehash a little bit, try to make this as short as possible, the neighbor close by that saw Katie out front on the way to taking her kids to school, she was the one that called me. Friends, I'm good friends with her. She's the one that actually called me and told me what was going on, and said that I said, well, what happened? And she said, well, I went and asked Katie what happened, and she said, and this is where the story gets totally misconstrued. I don't know. Again, third party. I'm hearing this from another third party source, so I trust this lady. She's a good friend of mine. There's no reason why she would lie. But she said, what Katie they had gotten home from Texas Roadhouse, took the trash out, so on and so forth. Sebastian was in his room. She was in the kitchen, I guess, getting, whatever done. And from her house, she's close enough to where she can see from the Ring camera, like the lights inside, because it's dark. So, I mean, if you have lights on, you can see it. And so she said that she could see the lights in the house around 10 or so. Then Katie told her that Sebastian was in her room. She was in the kitchen. She said, you need to go to bed. And he said, okay. And she goes in the living room and does whatever, watches TV. She says she was studying. I don't know. Whatever, doesn't matter. She was in the living room.
So was she studying or on the phone with Chris?
She told my neighbor that she fell asleep. And
say that again. You broke up. Say it again. You broke up.
She this funk, and she yelled across the house and said, Sebastian. And he said, yes, Mom. And she said, are you okay? He said, yes, I'm fine. I'm good. Go to bed. And she said, okay. So she gets up, and my neighbor said you can actually see his light go off, her walking across the house, her light go off, and then a silhouette come up to the window for a minute, and then everything just goes black.
What time was that again? Because you cut out.
I'm sorry, I know my son was calling me. Okay, so she woke up around 11:30 is what she told my neighbor, that she woke up about 11:30, and apparently he was still up. But I find it odd, because my thought is, and again, none of my business, I just think, okay, put yourself in that position. If I have a child who's got special needs and I hear a thump, I'm going to walk into my child. No, let me put it this way. My kids are all very healthy and normal. I'm very blessed to have very healthy kids. But if it's 11 o'clock or 11:30 at night and my kid has to be up at 6 the next morning, I'm going to be in their room yelling at them and taking their electronics away and telling them, go to bed now. That I would be walking in my kid's room. Even where my kids are now, healthy and average children, whatever, no problems. If I heard a thunk, I'm probably still going to go in their room and ask, like, what in the world was that?
Right.
I wouldn't just say, to lay down. But, hey, maybe she trusted him. Maybe she thought it was no big deal. I don't know. Whatever. But that's what she told my neighbor. And then she goes to bed.
11:30 though. That information is not really out there. We keep hearing 10 p.m. kind of deal. Put them to bed. Hear the thump. Are you okay? Good night. 10 p.m.
Right.
But this is what she told a neighbor.
That's right. That's right.
So somebody
lied. And when I asked my neighbor, so she told me this Monday. And then when the sheriff's office came by our house to do the same door knocking thing and walking around and whatever, I asked the sheriff, I said, let me ask you a question. And he's like, what's that? And I said, I know early on investigation, they actually were talking to us. Like day 1 and 2, they were talking to us. So they were giving us information. They were telling us kind of what they were going to do and whatever. And then after about a week of it, they just shut down and never would talk again. Wow. The day that the TBI came in, that was it. No more discussion. It shut down. We're not talking about it. You're just going to have to be in the dark. So, but this day 2, when the sheriff's office came in, the state troopers came in. Still don't know why state troopers got there. Haven't figured that one out yet. I don't know why state troopers would be there. The state troopers came, They came into my driveway because they were rinsing their shoes off. They had gone into the construction area and his boots were all muddy. And so he and my son were rinsing his shoes off. And I looked at him and I said, let me ask you a question. I said, he's like, what's that? And I said, if you'd fallen asleep in the living room and your kid walks out the front door, wouldn't you have heard that? And he was like, not only would I have heard that, but I would have jumped up with my gun in my hand to figure out who's coming in my house.
Yeah. Right.
Because that's the thing is, like, she falls asleep on the couch and her kid just walks out the door. But then when I asked my neighbor about that again, called her the next day, I'm like, okay, explain this to me. This is what you said. I don't understand that. And she said, oh, well, she woke up and then heard the thump and that kind of thing. So I don't know.
Honey, which one was it?
It goes with all that in the evening time. At the same time, like you said, no evidence that any neighbors or anyone seen that he actually returned home that day. And then we also had those lights. It's just a mystery in a sense because those mysteries. Someone asked him, go ahead.
I'm just going to say those were not trash trucks.
You hear that?
But why did the authorities say it doesn't have any evidence?
They were not trash trucks.
I asked that
so when I don't know why they lying.
The lead detective, and I flat out told him that I know the neighbor. I've seen the video footage from the very beginning before it was edited. She told me with her own mouth, looking at it herself, there are two separate occasions, car, then truck. Why is that? We've had it. He argued with me and told me that he had it broken down. The Secret Service looked at it and they confirmed that in fact it was a trash truck. And I said, I'm telling you, it was not. He said, well, I'm not going to say and argue with you. I was like, okay.
Wow. Somebody said in the chat, any video footage of Katie searching for Sebastian that morning? Like, do they have any, since you have a neighbor that has a Ring camera, did any cameras pick up Katie actually out there searching that morning before?
If she, oh, you mean before all the police got there?
Yeah.
So the neighbor that was leaving to go take her well, actually, the neighbor's camera did pick up her walking around her house.
Really? So she walked around her house?
Yeah, because in the neighbor, if you're looking to her house, the neighbor to the left of them, that the wife came out and was actually looking. There's like a little like a wood door underneath the house. What do you call that underneath the house? The crawl space. They actually opened up that door and were looking in the crawl space together. And so they were looking. But as far as outside of the neighborhood, I've never seen them, and they've never not that I'm aware of. I mean, I asked my kids, and my kids said they had never seen her, never seen him. They did see Seth was out there a couple of times with everybody. Oh, yeah. He was at the command post. I have a good friend that was there in the command post, and she confirmed that he was at the command post. But I asked her, I said, did you see Katie or Chris or the Bowers Fox? And she said, no, never saw any of them. But then again, she said, but I mean, law enforcement did ask them to stay home in case he came home or called. So there's that.
Do you think law enforcement exhausted the whole area? Like, do you think they did a thorough search of the entire neighborhood and the streets along Long Hollow Pike and the school? Do you think they...
Oh, yeah. Oh, I definitely, I mean, I watched it with my own eyes. They were deep in. They were climbing in the trenches and looking in the sewage areas, and then they had dogs everywhere. They had drones everywhere. The question is, what are they doing with whatever evidence they collected, and what are they doing with the surveillance cameras? Because what I'm told that neighbors saw, they're denying.
They're denying.
Yes.
Why? Why is that?
Exactly. I don't know. That was what I asked. Wow. I have no idea.
See,
I don't understand.
What I find interesting, Miss Bobby, is, you know, I was up there, a week and a half later, and then we were searching, and on that federal property, and there was a dog hit, and law enforcement didn't even go out there to look at all. It's as if they didn't even care that there could be. I would think that they would look. It seems like they've already made up their mind or have a conclusion of what happened to Sebastian.
That is exactly how I have felt since the first week. literally the first
Yeah.
week, within day. I mean, within
Like, I think
a
they
lot
know
of people
too.
would get
They're
on
just trying to
Facebook
figure
and
out how to
like, you know,
charge whatever they need to
belittle our
charge.
neighborhood and yell at us like, why aren't you guys out looking, and why aren't you guys have signs, and why don't you have, if I was in that neighborhood I would flood it with green, and yeah, but you haven't been violated, and you were a part of this where you had hundreds of cars a day driving up and down and taking videos and pictures of your house, and stopping and asking you questions, and the news reporters being, you know, being out front of your house, and you know, you don't understand where we are, and we just want to just have some peace and some privacy. We are looking, we're out there, we're asking questions, we're talking to each other, we're on social media, we handing out flyers, you know, whatever. We're just not, we don't, why do we need a sign when we're in the neighborhood? I mean, we live here, for heaven's
But
sake. Why do
y'all
we need a
said
sign?
he never
You
came
know, and we
outside
know
the
what's going
place,
on.
so do y'all even
You
know how
know,
he
if you drive
looked?
through here, you know this neighborhood belongs to him. Why do we need a sign
I'm
to say
just
look for him?
asking.
But anyway, I feel like from the very beginning, it was a massive search effort. But I just don't understand what they did with, if they found anything, what they did with it. Why are they trying to act like the footage, you know, did they find anything on the footage? From what I'm being told from my neighbors that saw stuff on the footage, and I asked them and they want to deny it, they want to argue with me. Why are they? And then when the TBI came and actually walked into my house, sitting in my living room couch, and interviewed me, and I told them what I had heard and whatever, and then after that, he gave me his card and said, oh, and I promise you, I had 12 people every day for about 3 weeks from random places. I'm talking Canada, I'm talking UK, I'm talking Hawaii, Puerto Rico. They were trying to get into our private group. Why do you need to be in our private group? Why do you need to be in our neighborhood group?
Gotcha.
Just wanting to know stuff? I don't know. But I mean, we had just they were coming out of the woodworks trying to get a piece of the information. But they just shut down. And every time I would send the TBI agent, I sent a story about and said I had it on, you know, video, whatever. And I said, do you want to see this? And, you know, they didn't even respond to me. He didn't even respond and say, I will let you know, hold on to that. Nothing. I didn't even get a response from him. I called.
It seems as if they already know something, and everything else in their mind is irrelevant. It's weird.
That's how I felt. That's how I feel. I can't prove it. I mean, I don't know for sure, but that's how I feel. And that's what a lot of us feel like. I mean, a lot of us feel like, I had 4 or 5 of my neighbors come over to my house one day, and we sat in my house and talking about all this and kind of sharing stories and stuff of what we feel. And we all feel like something is going on. Something isn't right.
Miss Bobby, somebody in the chat asked if when you had that neighborhood vigil for Sebastian, were the prophets invited?
Oh yeah, it was all over our Facebook page.
So they knew.
But did y'all invite them though? Did y'all like? And see, this me. I'm like I said, I'm not choosing sides because I ain't on nobody's side. She said it was all over the Facebook group. Right. But did somebody in the neighborhood go and knock on the Proudfoot's door and say, hey, we're having a visual, for Sebastian later on this week. We would love for you guys to be there. It's just for the neighborhood, so it won't be any outside people, no news people, no vloggers, no content creators, nothing. Just strictly for the neighborhood. Like, just because you put it in the group, what does that mean? Who cares if they're in a group? Their child is missing, so why did no one go and formally invite them? That's all I'm saying. That's all I got to say. But the fact that they did send a representative, which means clearly they saw it in the Facebook group. But I feel like maybe they would have came if somebody would have came to their home and formally invited them. What y'all think? Somebody leave me a comment, because ain't nobody commenting.
Yeah, we had planned it a week before, so it's not like it was last minute, throw it together. It was, a matter of fact, one of the neighbors that helped me organize it, she actually had posted it on her profile, like just on her as a posting, and just said, you know, I'd love to have a vigil. Let me know if anybody is doing one. And I messaged her and said, hey, why don't we do this in our neighborhood? That way the family can come as well, and it can just be our private neighbors. And she's like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea to me. So I put it on the Facebook page as a post. I tagged her in it, and I said, hey, this is what's going to happen. This is where we're going to be. And then several people posted asking what time. We kind of kept going back and forth about what day, what time, and whatever. So did we go to their door and knock on their door and personally invite them? No, but we didn't do that with anybody. And we had a big group show up.
And they would have, they knew it, one was existing. Instead, you said they brought 2 representatives, family members.
That's the other thing is, you know for a fact they knew because they sent the family.
Yeah. What did the family say? Like, who the people that you said that came? Uncle and aunt, right? Uncle and aunt, they said?
Yes.
What did they say anything? Did they talk? They
didn't really talk much. They just kind of stood there and listened to us, introduce ourselves. And we went around the circle, was quite a big circle. We went around the circle and everybody, said their prayer and whatever. And then afterwards, we just kind of said, hey, do you guys need anything? And we said, do we need food? Can we set up a food train for you? Or, is there, do you need anything? And they both said, oh, we've got a lot of support. We're good. We're fine. Don't worry about us. We're good. We got plenty of support.
Oh, wow.
Does somebody asked in the chat, does the Proudfoots have security? Did the neighbor, did you guys know if they had, because Katie worked at Brinks, right? Or Brinks security system?
That was the very first thing I asked my neighbor when she told me that Sebastian is on the spectrum. And I said, hold on a minute. Doesn't she work for Brinks? And she said, yes. And I said, she has a special needs child. She works for Brinks.
And don't have a security system.
Or locks or some kind of a safety, something to keep him from coming out.
And you got the company truck in your yard.
Now, the people before them, I do not believe they had security. They were elderly couple, so I don't even know if they cared. But apparently they didn't, because then Brinks came afterwards and installed. And I know that for a fact because she called me and said, well, they're getting security now. And I think Chris said that was because they felt like they were being threatened and all that kind of stuff, which I can't prove or deny, whatever. That's up to them. That's their business.
Right.
But from what I understand, they did not have anything before that.
So, interesting. Very, very interesting. Have the Proudfoots been back at their home? Like, are they there?
She has been. I think she went back to work because she's been home and her van comes and goes. I think Chris came in one weekend. I don't know, but I've kind of just stopped. Like I would drive by once every, like maybe once a week just to see, if they were there, because they were there. And it was just like, and Katie's right. I heard her say that they were trying to leave to kind of give us a break because we were getting overwhelmed. We were all getting very upset and very overwhelmed with all the traffic and stuff. And, I do appreciate her for recognizing that. However, I was really shocked because I felt like that if my kid was missing, I don't want to say I would handle it differently because I don't ever want to be put in that situation, and I don't want to make karma come after me. But I can't imagine leaving my house if my child was missing.
Exactly.
Yeah, no. I mean, she was being.
Didn't law enforcement say don't leave? So it's like, why would you leave?
And
go to a whole nother state.
I'm not her.
3+ hours away.
I'm not going to say that she did the wrong thing because I have no business saying that. I'm just surprised. I do appreciate the fact that she did recognize that we were getting overwhelmed with traffic and whatnot. So I do appreciate that. But and we were. But I would just think that maybe Chris goes back to work and she stays there just in case. But everybody handles things differently, and if that's what she felt like she needed to do, then
right. So be it, right?
But they haven't, since this incident happened. They really don't come out at all, interact with anybody that you know of.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've seen them interact with a neighbor very close to them a couple of times, be out talking to one of the neighbors, but I have not seen them out talking to anybody else.
There's rumors there's rumors that they might be moving. You know anything about that? Have you heard? Is there?
I've heard that so many times, and there's no confirmation of that.
Interesting.
I've asked other, we have a couple of realtors in our neighborhood, and I've asked them, and they've not, it's like, I have not heard any confirmation of that.
Has
So they're not planning on moving that she know of.
or authorities ever go back to their house, like in certain time, like maybe like a week or 2 weeks after Sebastian went missing? Have they ever returned to the home?
Oh yeah, they came back. What was it, week 2 or 3? They came back and basically started it all over again. Started the searching all over again, and they also reenacted the whole scene.
Okay,
and they started at like 10 o'clock Sunday night ish. Was it something like that? Sunday night, going into the early the next morning to see if they could kind of like retrace each one of the steps and everything that happened.
Type of deal.
She just said reenactment, JLR. Are you listening? So basically, she said week 2 or 3, police, FBI, whoever came back to the neighborhood that Sunday night, around 10, which we don't know if he ever made it home. So they should have went to Texas Roadhouse, then came to their house and figured it out. But hey, I'm not a detective. But they came, did reenactment throughout the night, tried to retrace the steps, nothing. They should have started at Texas Roadhouse and just go from there. That's what they should do.
Yeah.
Interesting, but nothing seems like, well, their evidence and got something out of that possibly.
If they did, they're not telling us.
They're not. How's the neighborhood now?
I think it's getting better. I mean, I'm noticing a lot of neighbors are getting out more and walking dogs again and talking. And I think people think that we're all like huddled together talking about everything that's going on. And it's not like that at all. I think we're all just trying to stay out of it, trying to give them their space and kind of stay away from everything. And we just don't, I know for me, I don't want to get into their personal business. I just don't want to be that neighbor that's all like super nosy and thinks that she knows everything, because I don't know what happened. I don't understand. This kid did not just vanish. He just didn't vanish.
I agree.
But does any neighbors think it was a kidnapping, or like think their children are in danger?
So that was the very first thing I asked on Wednesday when TBI came and sat down with me and talked to me. And I looked at her and I said, I get that you guys are being super quiet about this because it is still an investigation. However, if this kid was kidnapped,
wouldn't you want us to know,
so that we can kind of lock our kids up and be safe or whatever? And she, instead of her, and I guess is again part of the investigation, she said, well, you should always do that.
That's
what?
Yeah, they have a
we know that.
One of their theories is Sebastian got kidnapped, and they never said Sebastian was kidnapped.
But there were no cars that came up their street and then left up their street and left. The only car that we've ever seen was the one that was on Kellen, that parked on the corner of Stafford and Kellen for about 3 or 5 minutes, where the flashlights came towards it, backed up and left. And then the trash truck, and then came the SUV. And
y'all hear that now? The trash truck.
So
and the flashlights were 2 separate things.
Was it a car that the lights or like an SUV or a car? Like what type of vehicle was it?
I don't know. I don't remember. Just the words that I was told was unidentified car. I don't know if it was an SUV or a car or what. That was just what I was told.
If it was an Uber, they can't trace back through Uber records and see who possibly ordered the Uber from right there. I'm just saying.
No, the Uber was a neighbor on Devon that ordered an Uber about 5:30 to go to the airport.
See how they just lied? Listen to the Uber rebump.
What I was told was unidentified car. I don't know if it was an SUV or a car or what. That was just what I was told. It was an unidentified car. And that was the other thing is when I asked the lead detective, I said, this car that was on Kellen, he was like, yeah, we already figured that out. That was an Uber. And I was like, no, the Uber was a neighbor on Devon that ordered an Uber about 5:30 to go to the airport. I know that. But the car why would a car sit on Kellen
at 3 o'clock in the morning?
The street to get the customer to leave. I mean, you don't sit there.
At 3 o'clock.
At the same time, lights are flashing around the time.
Well, at the same time, the trash truck would have been through there. So you wouldn't have gotten that confused. Why would a car be sitting on a road like around 3:30, 4 o'clock Monday morning? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because it wasn't.
I say, and it's the truth, law enforcement is not obligated to tell the public the truth.
That's true.
We have to tell law enforcement the truth if we're being interrogated or questioned or whatnot.
But they don't got to tell us the truth.
Charged with lying. But they're not under any legal obligation. I mean, morally, you would think they would tell the truth, but they don't legally have to. They can lie to the public, and they do. So maybe they're keeping things close to the vest.
I was just really surprised how I felt like he got a little bit defensive with me when I mentioned that I was a neighbor and talking to the neighbors about their surveillance. Because my thought is this, you know, if you were to ask an officer a direct question, if he can't discuss it, instead of arguing with me,
he'll just say, I can't discuss it.
Then, I can't confirm or deny that.
Right.
I can't discuss that. We're still in investigation. Instead of him flat out lying about, or, you know, defending it and arguing with me.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you.
What? Well, that's still part of the investigation. I can't comment on that. And I would have simply said, okay, you're right. I understand.
Yeah,
but he didn't.
Integrity of the investigation. No comment.
That's what I would have done. I mean, that's usually what they do. Why argue with me and try to convince me otherwise? It's like he was trying to convince me. Leave that alone. Stop talking about it. That's not part of this.
Got you, Bobby. Is there anything else you would like to add that I didn't ask, or anything that you want to put out there that the public should know that we forgot?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we pretty much covered everything. I just know that, you know, we want this resolved as badly as anybody does. I would love just for this to be over and him to come home, but I really just wish people would, you know, around social media just got really nasty and ugly and started attacking us. One of our neighbors, I will say this, one of the neighbors that live close by, they got the whole rumor about Katie having an affair with a neighbor, what started that?
Interesting. So that's not true. I saw that circulate.
Where in the world? Not only that, but one of the neighbors, precious, sweet family, I know them personally, they are a great family, they got so attacked by this rumor that their kids started being bullied at school, saying that your parents are the ones that were swingers, started being called swingers.
Oh,
they started getting phone calls from people all over the country claiming that they were swingers.
Yeah,
wow. So bad.
That's sad.
Not true at all. About
not that I know.
Neighbor, yeah,
not
that
I'm aware
of. And so,
but y'all didn't know Katie. Y'all didn't see Sebastian, so you don't know what she had
people
going
just
on.
So I mean, I know that they want answers. I know everybody is just really wants answers. I mean, heavens, we want answers. You know, we're living in the middle of this. We want answers. We want all this to go away. We want the truth to be found. You know, we want this to just be solved and be done with. But making things up and you know, coming to your own conclusion because you don't have an answer is not helping us at all. It's not helping the family. And I'm not here by any means to defend Chris and Katie by any means. I don't know them. I don't know anything about them to defend them. I'm just saying that making up
right, which means you don't know if she was having an affair. No, I'm not saying she was, but you just said you don't know them enough to defend them, which means you don't know them enough to not defend them. So just say you don't know. You can't confirm like you wanted the officer to do.
Stuff is only hurting our neighborhood because now you've got people who are harassing us and neighbors wanting information and that kind of thing and driving all around. Now the driving through the neighborhood has calmed down immensely, so that's good.
That could be driving like just regular like YouTubers, curiosity seekers, just crime tours. Sometimes there's crime tours out
well,
there.
I mean, at the beginning there were a lot of YouTubers that were coming through the neighborhood and they would stop and get out of their car and walk up and down the street, videoing, taking pictures and whatever. And it was like a huge invasion of privacy. There's nothing we can do about it because it's a public street. I get that, but have some respect. And then just local people, I guess, feeling like the police weren't doing enough, so they were going to get out themselves and drive, and they would just drive up and around and just drive around over like up and down around the hill and that kind of thing.
That pretty much calmed down.
Yes, that's almost stopped.
Well, I ain't have gas for that, so I sure wasn't doing that. I was actually searching.
And neither one of them can sell it.
Oh, really?
Nope, they both take them off the market because they were getting too many.
So 2 people tried to sell their home after this incident happened, and they can't sell it?
One family actually had their house on the market before this happened, and then when this happened, their realtor just told them to take it off the market because they were getting more phone calls just being nosy than they were legitimately asking about the house.
Wow.
And then the other neighbor on the other cul-de-sac actually put their house on the market right afterwards and ended up taking it off.
See, these are things people don't know about. It's interesting, because it might be devaluing the neighborhood, or people might like, hey, I don't want to move to a neighborhood where a child went missing and is still missing. It has a lot of affects people, and not just, the Proudfoots and Seth Rogers, but the whole neighborhood in general. It causes some bad things to happen with everyone. And man, I'm sorry that's happened.
I don't think anybody is going to go anywhere until this is resolved, because I don't know anybody that would want to move into all this. Why would you want to move into a neighborhood where a kid just vanishes?
And who gonna want to move into the Proudfoots home
where you want to have a family, build your dreams, career, raise your children, and
safely and securely?
Yes. And I mean, I've been there. I've been in the area. Those homes are beautiful. I mean, I would love have a dream house like that person, you know, like
Yep,
it's
they are
nice
beautiful,
and
but
just
I
can't
want
imagine,
one
you know,
bigger.
like just a neighborhood that's never seen
I got
probably any
6
crime
kids. Ain't
ever.
nothing a
Right,
3-bedroom
right,
can do
right.
for me.
We had
I
one
have a
incident many
4-bedroom
years
now.
ago that
It
was
needs something
resolved
bigger.
in one day, over and done with, and never had anything else. I mean, this is the kind of neighborhood that, like I said, I mean, my twins were born in that house, and when they were little, you know, I didn't let them go out by themselves.
Wow, so that means you've been
I
there
would
for
feel
about
comfortable with them going outside in the yard. You know, as long as it's like just not hitting the
16
street,
plus
because we live
years.
on the main road, and you had the big trucks and you have the school bus and that kind of thing coming through. And I would just say, stay in the yard. But I didn't have to worry about somebody coming up and grabbing them. I just never felt that. I never feared that. I mean, I knew my neighbors, my family all lived in the neighborhood with me. I mean, my parents lived there. My brother and sister used to live there. We all lived there together, and my kids would walk in between the yards to her house, and her kids would walk in between the yard to my house. My kids would go up the corner and play basketball with the neighbor kids, and they would all ride bikes around, and you just never worried about anybody coming in and doing anything.
Thanks for subscribing, Alice.
I don't ever. I mean, I'm not seeing kids out playing like they used to be.
Sad,
Wow.
sad, you know, because kids need to get out a little bit and enjoy the fresh air and the great outdoors, you know, the outdoors in their yard and stuff. It's just so sad. Hopefully this young man gets found
Wow.
and your neighborhood could get back to normal, so a sense of normalcy. I know everyone is a little bit on edge still, pins and needles, but really appreciate you coming on and providing.
Okay. So that's that, y'all. That was Miss Bobby, neighbor on Kellen Street, which is the street over from the Proudfoots, where Sebastian Rogers lived. Her speaking out has cleared up a lot of things. So the main things that I know she cleared up is a trash truck came, but it came at 5:30. There was also an unidentified car that was there at 3 o'clock that was seen during the time when 2 flashlights was going in between the yards. So there were flashlights, there was a car, trash truck was separate. So that was that. The dog did jump into the retainer pond. Her son was there to witness that. She saw Seth and Katie there that morning, but she didn't see, no one saw Chris there yet. She said she never saw them searching in the neighborhood, but they had saw Seth out there, I guess probably with some YouTubes or whatever, videoing, you know, because it seemed like that's what he all about, videoing, but hey, whatever you need to do to cope. So that was that. The attitude that Chris got with her, all because she was on the street and she's a neighbor that's been there for 16, 17, 18 years. And here you are, sir, just been in this neighborhood a year and a half. And you come stand in the middle of the road like you Captain Saver, no. Proud no foots. And tell her, like, what you doing on this road, blah, 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 you need to leave. Like, who are you, sir, to be telling people what to do? Like, so I hope law enforcement is looking into that. I feel Seth, if he's still working with Tony, he need to let Tony go, because Caleb family has let Tony go. All he's done is cause problems with this Caleb case. No one's even talking about Caleb Harris anymore. Good thing people still talking about Sebastian, keeping his name out there. Hey, Ears. I've been on here for 4.5 hours. I'm about to get off here. Got my toes done for Myrtle Beach. And we've been on here talking about Sebastian Rogers and Raleigh Strain, just giving them updates on the true crime that's been going on. We'll talk about Michael Miller on another live. I don't want to make this too much longer, because I don't know where my son is. We supposed to be going somewhere, but he ain't got here to pick me up. So I'm about to go get his siblings so we can finish packing, because we have to get on the road in less than 7 hours. We will be on the road headed to Myrtle Beach. So wish us good luck. This is my girl's last dance competition of the season. So we going down there to win first place, you know, grand champion. So wish us good luck. Thank y'all for tuning in. Rewind and catch the replay if you want to see how I got my toes done. You know, from beginning to end. You know, I just didn't show me in the nail place and then showed you the final result. I showed you them filing them, soaking them, putting the sea salt on, the hot towels, all that. So I hope y'all enjoyed it. And we're going to say a prayer for Raleigh Strain's family, that they get the answers that they're looking for, because I honestly do not believe that he drowned, and I don't believe that he fell in the water. I don't believe any of that, and I hope his family gets closure. And as far as Sebastian Rogers, it just gets weirder and weirder. It's more that I could go on, but I'm going to say that for another video. But Seth ended up called the FBI. Also, like I said, Seth sent out cease and desist letters to content creators. So it's just a whole big mess. I'm like, if my child was missing, I would want everybody talking about it. No, I wouldn't want a lot of the conspiracies or the lies and the narratives going around, but a lot of stuff that's being spread or going around, Seth, you're saying it, or Tony is saying it, where people are mainly only speaking on what you guys are saying out of your own mouth. Like, we're reacting or reviewing your words. So you can't get mad if someone has an opinion on something that you said. And now you want to send people cease and desist. Well, I bet not get one. I know that. And that's all I'm going to say about it. I'm about to get up off here. Y'all enjoy y'all day. I'll probably be back later if me and my son do go to where he say he wanted me to go with him. But if not, then y'all will see me on the road headed to Myrtle Beach. All right, y'all. Peace out.